box and that radar source in the other box. This is a day where you really don't need to be looking at me. You need to be looking at the various sources we have here. And what we are encouraging people to do at this point is obviously, number one, you want to be in a safe place. If you're in a business, you want to be away from windows, the lowest floor of a structure, near the center if possible, and just the idea, put as many walls between you and the tornado as you can. We don't want people driving. Megan is coming up from the southwest. She waited this out at Bessemer. She waited for it to pass, so she's safe. She's coming up from the southwest on Interstate 5920. But this thing is obviously going to be going right through the core of Birmingham, the western and northern suburbs here, and it's going to affect a lot of people. We have not heard of any reports so far. That's the encouraging thing we have to tell you at this point. And obviously, if something is going on there, then we would know it pretty quickly because of the population base. So let's go back to Megan's live stream, and again, we'll double box this thing in just a second. This is a look at Megan, who's apparently in very slow traffic. I've been watching her stream very intently, and we have not seen any evidence of a tornado or a funnel cloud based on her reports, and again, she's right in the midst of this thing. I will say the Weather Service believed that there might have been a TDS, a tornado debris signature, briefly, and that's the reason they popped the tornado warning. On a day like today, this is a landfalling tropical system. This is obviously in association with Tropical Storm Cindy. The tornadoes we have are typically weak and short-lived, and I really don't like that word weak. That is misleading. A weak tornado is a dangerous tornado, but these are the EF0s, EF1s that don't last long, and they might be down for 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes and they're gone. In some cases, they could last longer than that, but I'm just saying typically in a tropical situation, that's the deal. So again, we have a tornado warning. You can see the Polygon, the velocity display, live stream coming with Storm Chaser. That's basically all you need to see. Again, that is going to show everything that we see here, everything that you need to see at home. And even though this, we can't confirm anything is down at this point, the best course of action is to be in a small room, lowest floor, near the center, and away from windows. We'll be watching from some other vantage points as well. Of course, we have cameras up in higher locations. If we can, let's pop the Children's of Alabama Skycam up quickly, Monroe. We'll kind of go to this live. And again, we're going to be watching these cloud bases here, looking out toward the western part of Birmingham. In that shot, you can see Legion Field right below the cloud base. And these things, let me just say this too, these are screaming. Absolutely screaming. Another report from the Weather Service, so one of the reasons they popped the tornado warning here, we have a report of debris in the air with this, a possible tornado. So based on the idea that there could be a TDS and a report of debris in the air, that's the reason the Weather Service has gone with this particular tornado warning. We're still watching the couplet now very carefully on radar. The couplet is basically coming up through midfield. It'll be approaching the western part of Birmingham. And again, I don't think we have Megan on the line, do we, at this point, Angie? Okay. We'll see if we can get her on the air with us and tell us what she is seeing. But again, if you're just joining us, we are on the air due to a tornado warning for Jefferson County, including the western and northern part of the city of Birmingham. We have Megan Thomas in Storm Chaser 3340, who is on this storm that is coming through midfield at this point. And again, if you are in any of these communities I call out, you want to be in a safe place: Inslee, Pratt City, Forestdale, North Birmingham, Lewisburg, Fultondale, Coalburg. We don't advise traveling along Interstate 5920. And again, Megan is not in a dangerous place. She is coming up from the southwest on this storm. That's the way you approach it as a chaser. She's in a very safe place, but most people don't have the equipment we have in that Jeep, and you don't know what's going on here. So we encourage no travel along Interstate 5920 in the western part of Birmingham. We encourage no travel on Interstate 65 from the junction north, Malfunction Junction in downtown Birmingham north. We advise no travel on Interstate 22 from the I-65 junction all the way back over toward Fultondale. And again, this is a particular storm that is going to be one of many that we'll see today. And I'll just say this, that the rotation signature on radar has weakened a good bit. In fact, I'll animate that. What you're seeing in the top left, that's Megan's live stream, and you can see those ragged cloud bases in the shot, and that's the storm we're looking at. Down below this, you can see the velocity display coming off the Birmingham NextRad, and it seemed to peak, the velocity couplet seemed to peak around Bessemer maybe 5-10 minutes ago. The structure, the velocity structure right now really is not representative of a tornado being down at this point. And again, you got that pretty creepy looking lowering that Megan's got on her on our shot there, you can see that. And again, I'm watching multiple cameras. In fact, let's go back to our Birmingham Children's of Alabama Skycam. And you can see, again, we've got this lowering on the Skycam that is just really above Legion Field, Graymont Avenue, Arkadelphia Road, Birmingham Southern. But there's no evidence anything is down right now. No evidence whatsoever. And again, we're watching this all together. The reason we are here, we have a tornado warning for Jefferson County. And we are watching from multiple sources here. Let's go back to Megan's live stream if we can. Yeah, there we go. It's perfect. I like that shot. You got the Birmingham Children's of Alabama Skycam, the larger box on the right. In the upper left, that is Megan Thomas. And again, you can see those ragged cloud bases per vantage point along Interstate 5920 looking back into this from the southwest. And you got the velocity display coming up. And again, clearly that we have a situation where the velocity signature is not as impressive as it once was about 15 minutes ago. But again, these are going to be spin-up tornadoes, and I've talked about this in recent days. It is almost like playing whack-a-mole. These things come and they go. They'll be down for 5, 6, 7 minutes, and by the time a warning is disseminated and we get on television, it's over. So again, we're just going to keep watching this carefully. Again, we've got, and again, Angie Megan is trying to call you back there in the back. If you can pick up that phone, we'll get a report from her. Again, you can see the ominous cloud bases, and again, these are screaming northward today at about 50 miles an hour, coming off our Children's of Alabama Skycam. But again, the only report I've seen is possible debris in the air. So that's the situation. Now, and another point here, you're going to hear these sirens sound in places where there's no tornado warning. It's just one of the reasons I don't like those things. We don't warn based on counties. We warn based on polygons. And you might hear a siren. You are not in the polygon. In fact, we can take the graphics full screen very quickly. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. In that big box. If you're in that red polygon, you respect it, you do something. If you're not, don't worry about this. And again, some of the cities not even close to the polygon would include Vestavia Hills, Hoover, Mountain Brook, Irondale, Leeds, Trussville, Homewood. If you're in any of these places, you're not under a warning. That is the only part of Jefferson County under a tornado warning is the area there in that red polygon. So again, you can see this includes Forestdale, Pratt City. It doesn't include Adamsville. This does include Interstate 22 from the I-65 junction back over toward Coldberg Road, US 31 through North Birmingham, Interstate 65. This does include Fultondale. And if you're in that polygon, you respect it, you do something, and if you're not, you don't. So let's go back to the multiple camera box if we can. And again, we'll be able to see Megan's live stream coming from Storm Chaser 3340. And again, we've got the live stream coming up from our Children's of Alabama Skycam. We've got multiple cameras in downtown Birmingham. And you're going to see a lot of these low-hanging clouds that are very ragged. And I've been doing this a long time, and so far I have seen nothing to suggest we have a tornado. But that doesn't mean there's not one there. You know, we've got cameras all over the place. And again, Megan is looking basically at those same cloud bases back there in the back. And Angie, let me know if you've got her on the phone, and we'll get her who's actually on the field. Heard a couple of reports of maybe some damage in McCalla. This is coming from our news department. Again, I'm not so sure that's verified. And again, this certainly peaked in its intensity as it came through McCalla and Bessemer. And again, you can see on our Children's of Alabama Skycam a lowering right there. And I'm trying to watch to see if we've got rotation here. And we're kind of watching this together. This is coming right over Interstate 5920. That's around Arkadelphia Road. And again, I'm just not seeing evidence that it's down. But understand these can get down for literally 30 seconds or 1 minute. Knock down trees, cause some damage, and they are right back up. But this is a situation where we're going to have a very challenging time today, warning you well in advance for these things. And like we've talked about for days, we talked about this yesterday, for many of these tropical spin-up tornadoes, you will get no warning. By the time we see it on radar and it's down, all of a sudden it's done the damage and it's back up. But again, you can see very, creepy looking clouds here. These appendages coming out of these cloud bases coming from the Skycam at Children's of Alabama, and also from Megan's camera. And okay, and again, we're about to get her on the line here. We're just going to watch this together. Again, there's clearly rotation going on with that. This could be a tornado you're looking at right here. This would be north of the junction That would be coming up toward North Birmingham, Forestdale. Again, everybody needs to be in a safe place. Okay, and before we go to Megan, I'm looking right at what could be a tornado that is down on our Children's of Alabama Skycam. And again, this is a situation where you got to take this seriously. Is this like the big tornadoes of spring? No, that's probably an EF0, EF1 if it's down, but you've got to take it seriously. Small room, lowest floor, near the center, no windows. No mobile homes, no cars. We would advise no driving along Interstate 65 north of the junction in downtown Birmingham, all the way up to Gardendale. We would advise no traveling along Interstate 22 at this point from the junction with I-65 back up to Adamsville. And again, that signature, what you're seeing there, that feature, and again, this could come and go. This could get down for literally 10, 20, 30 seconds and come right back up. These will not be long-lived spring-type tornadoes or fall-type tornadoes we see here. And again, that is part of what's coming through North Birmingham. Let's go to Megan. Thomas is actually out in this. Megan, tell us exactly where you are and what you've got. Your box is there in the upper left.
Right. Right now I'm on I-2059 northbound. I don't know if you took my full screen earlier, but it looks like the storm was just to my left side of the screen, the north and east of me, is what I think we're talking about, the same storm. Right now you can't really see it, but it's off to my left. What I'm trying to do is continue to go north on 59 and see if we can run up to the backside of this once again, because I ran right up on it outside of the last exit that I was at. So we're going to continue to watch this carefully.
Right. And
but I'm on the south side of it, on 59.
Right, and let me just point out, too, if we could put in the radar box the graphics, Monroe, the lower left, the Weather Service is extending this tornado warning out to now include a larger part of Jefferson County. So this is basically an extension for the same area here. And again, before I go back to you, let me just kind of point out the areas now involved in this. The new Polygon, again, extends out to the north and east. This includes Newcastle. This will include Palmerdale. This will include Pinson. Everybody up 65, basically between Morris and Kimberly, back over to Palmerdale in Jefferson County. Trafford, up here in the far northern tip of the county. You want to be in a safe place. Again, this is basically the area that is east of I-65 and west of Alabama Highway 75, that area in red. So again, the greatest chance of a spin-up tornado here with this storm. And again, we continue to get reports. That's the reason for the Weather Service extending the warning on out. And they're obviously watching the camera as well. In fact, in a minute, I'm going to flip the camera back over to the Alabama Power Company camera, which is going to be closer to this. So again, Megan, I've heard of some damage maybe out in McCalla, Bessemer. When you were out there, have you seen any evidence of actually a tornado that's down?
Not while I was in Bessemer or McCalla. It was actually just really heavy rain at that point. And then we continued to move north. We got back on 59 northbound and headed up and towards Fairfield and Midfield. And at that point, it wasn't even raining here either. So we are watching it from a distance. We've missed most of the heavy rain, and I have not seen any damage, but we have been dealing with stop-and-go traffic because at the moment that the tornado warning was issued, everyone slammed on their brakes. So at least people are be able to get warnings via their phone if they're in the Polygon.
Right. So again, the new tornado warning for Jefferson, that's going to be in effect until 1:30 this afternoon, and that's going to expire before 1:30 because this storm is going to be out of the county. Again, you're looking at Megan's live stream in the upper left. We've got the Alabama Power Company cameras on the Power Company headquarters watching this thing. And again, as this races northeast, it's going to slowly be getting out of the shot here. We're watching these cloud bases, and on the cameras, we have seen what might have been a small tornado about 5 minutes ago. But again, that is rapidly coming up into the northern part of the county. If we can put perhaps in that lower left box our high-resolution radar, and again, we're going to be working with a lot of sources here. Just kind of bear with us. And we know people use multiple screens, but I'm just going to draw kind of a big circle around this broad couplet. This is very broad. This is not especially tight. And I'll say now that the rotation is now clearly to the east of Interstate 65. If you are west of I-65, I'll give you an all clear from this area of concern, this rotation. So again, if you are west of I-65 in Jefferson County, the danger is over. The concern is areas east of I-65. And again, that's going to be coming ultimately on up through Fultondale, then back up toward Trafford. The new Polygon warning does include Gardendale. So Fultondale, Gardendale, Trafford. Anybody in that part of the county needs to be in a safe place right now, up toward Newcastle. Basically, this is the area that's between Pinson, Kimberly, and Morris and Warrior, up there in the northern end of the county. So the greatest concern now is beginning to shift east of I-65. I would still not be traveling along I-65 for a few minutes. Give it about 2 minutes, and then we'll give an all clear. We're going to give an all clear for Interstate 5920 through the main east-west highway. We do not want travel along Interstate 22 at this point near the junction of I-65. And obviously a car is the worst possible place to be. But if you are in Gardendale, Fultondale, Pinson, Trafford, Kimberly, Morris, Newcastle, you need to be in a safe place. Technically, Tarrant is involved in this warning as well. You're in the Polygon. If you're in the Polygon, you respect it, you do something. If you're not, you don't have to worry about that. So again, Megan, we're watching your stream. We're watching multiple camera streams. In fact, again, that's a look at the Alabama Power Company camera. We got a camera further to the north in Fultondale. Let me pop this thing up real quick. This is again, this is not as high, obviously, as the camera we have that's on top of Alabama Power Company. Again, let me turn this on to the right. This is at Walker Chapel Road on I-65. And again, we'll take a look at these cloud bases coming from the Fultondale Skycam. And Megan, anything new on your end so far?
No, everything's clearing up. I'm trying to get behind that storm. I'm going to try to see if I can get on 65 and head north.
Okay. Okay, good deal. Thank you. Again, we are watching these cameras in multiple angles, watching very carefully. And we're just going to watch this together. And again, the Fultondale camera is not as high as some of the cameras we have on the bigger buildings in downtown Birmingham, but still, in this case, we're not seeing evidence. Getting some reports of possible damage out in Fairfield near Valley Road. We've had some reports of damage here from parts of western Jefferson County. And again, whether the extent of that damage and the specifics at this point, we just don't know. And again, let's see, Megan, you might need to establish a new stream. I think you've dropped your stream. If you're in the, Megan, can you hear me? And I think we've dropped her too. Apparently she's lost communication out there, but we're going to reestablish her stream in just a minute. But again, that's the camera coming from Fultondale. And what you're watching, you're looking at the Polygon warning in the upper left. If you're in that Polygon, you do something about it. And down in the lower left, we're watching the radar. And again, that is a fairly broad velocity couplet at this point. I'm going to go change the sky cams here. See, Megan, we're going to need to establish a new Facebook live stream, I do believe. By the way, for those that would like to watch Megan, she is on the ABC 3340 Storm Chaser Facebook page. And what happens when you get data loss and you have to reestablish a new live stream? We'll do that here in just a second. So I'm going to change cameras back to our camera that's on. I'll tell you what, let's go to the one at Birmingham Coca-Cola. And I'll be honest with you, with this one, we get a great shot of the airport, but the view to the north is not all that good because of terrain. So I think at this point the best camera we'll probably have is the camera coming from Alabama Power Company downtown. And again, that's Megan, and we're going to get her back on the line in a second. She's going to reestablish her live stream. So if you're just joining us, the reason we're here, it's a tornado warning for Jefferson County. We have a feeder band on the east side of Tropical Storm Cindy that is coming through the northern part of Jefferson County. The danger for downtown Birmingham, it's over. There is no tornado risk in downtown Birmingham. And again, the risk right now is primarily for areas east of Interstate 65. Areas east of I-65 up in the northern part of the county. You can see that red box in the upper left. That's your Polygon warning right there. And again, this will include Trafford, includes Palmerdale, does not include any part of Blount County at this point. It's the basic area between I-65 and Alabama Highway 75. You can see Newcastle Road comes up through there. Nobody should be traveling. We want folks off the roads, obviously. And again, we're starting to see some damage reports. In fact, what we're going to do here, let's see, if you could put maybe me on camera in that lower box on the lower right. I'm going to show you some storm damage here, Monroe, and we're going to flip the sources around. Thank you. Going to show some of the storm damages that are images that are coming in. And we're starting to see some damage here. Looks like this is going to be from Fairfield. And again, we'll give you a, it looks like it's going to be let's just take that full screen. There we go. This is the express oil change on Valley Road in Fairfield. And again, it looks like the roof perhaps has been taken off this structure. We don't know if anybody has been injured, but that is a reminder of what this kind of thing can do. So again, you're looking at an image of damage that has occurred in Fairfield. This is on Valley Road. And again, I do not know if anybody has been injured there. So a tornado warning remains in effect, and obviously based on that damage, we want folks to stay in a good, safe place. If you are east of I-65 and if you are west of Alabama Highway 79. So let's take the Skycam full screen, and what I'm going to do here is show you some of the images coming in. We're getting these come in so rapidly it's almost hard to see them all. We thank everybody for sending these. Let's see, this image here, we'll take this shot. This is some damage coming in. That's a small area of roof damage right there, and we'll go back to the Skycam. Getting a lot of reports of, obviously, with a population center like this, we're going to have a lot of reports of damage, which is extremely helpful. The one thing about this, we can't show it all on television, but certainly it helps us, and that we see it all together here. And yeah, again, it looks like, all right, so let's go to another image coming in from Twitter. This is an overturned vehicle. Again, this is out in the McCalla area. It looks like some type of a large warehouse there. So apparently a tornado has flipped a truck or a large vehicle, and that's an example of what we have going on right here. So again, that's happening right now. We'll go back to the Skycam, and again, we're going to be bouncing back and forth on this a little bit here today. Let's take a look at this video if we can. This is going to be coming from the Flying J out in Inslee. And we've got a lot of these low-hanging appendages here, and we're not sure which one of these is a tornado or not in a case like this. We do the spotter class, and a lot of times you're going to see something like that. It might be a tornado, it might not be, but in this case I think that it is. So again, that's what it looked like. Here's another look at this. This is coming from Gardendale, and again, that's Interstate 65, and more than likely that is the tornado there. We can see more than likely debris that is on the ground. Looks like this has probably been down for maybe 15 minutes or more. This is not a particular short tornado, a short-lived tornado as we've talked about. Again, just joining us, we're looking at some of the images coming in via social media this afternoon. This is more tornado damage, and again, I want to say this perhaps is at the express oil change. This is on Valley Road. I don't know that for sure, but again, this is coming from the western part of Birmingham. And again, we're just showing you all of this to let you know that this is something you have to take seriously. That's an image coming from Fieldstown Road. That's at Gardendale and I-65. So again, that is a situation we have to watch very carefully, and that we have potential for a tornado that will be down. Let's go back to Megan Thomas's live stream. Megan, are you there?
I am.
We're seeing a lot of damage here, and again, this is very significant. Now, the Weather Service continues.
So if you're looking at my screen, I'm 65 northbound, 1 mile from the Fultondale exit, and I heard that you said there was damage in Gardendale, so we're going to continue to move north. But a lot of people are pulled off to the side of the road right now, including sheriff, Alabama State Trooper. So people are obviously taking the warning to heart. Everybody's turned or paused.
Right. Let me just say this. The Weather Service in Birmingham has canceled the tornado warning for Jefferson County. I know you technically still see a Polygon there, but again, the Weather Service at this point, they have canceled the tornado warning. We have a new tornado warning now for parts of Bibb and Tuscaloosa counties. So again, we stress what you're seeing right here, the warning for the Birmingham Metro north of Birmingham, that has been canceled. We have a new tornado warning, and I'm going to go down and show you this one. And Megan, I tell you, if you could head to Valley Road in Fairfield, that might be the best option for you, and that That's where we've got some damage that would also position you better for this incoming storm. We have now the possibility of a tornado in the western part of Bibb County. And again, this is going to be a warning. And let me just say this. This warning includes a very small part of Tuscaloosa County, very small part. It does not include the city of Tuscaloosa. It's not even close to Tuscaloosa. This does not include Centerville. This does not include Brent. It barely includes West Blockton. But again, you can see the new warning. This is for parts of Bibb, far eastern Tuscaloosa County. That is for a rotation center. We'll show you on radar in just a second. So again, if you're over here in Tuscaloosa, you're not even close to this warning. If you're in Centerville and Brent, you are not close to this warning. This does not include the city of Birmingham, any part of Jefferson County, far, far eastern Tuscaloosa County, around Tannehill State Park, down Highway 5, North Bibb, down toward West Blockton, then back over toward US 82 in the far western part of Bibb County. So this is our new tornado warning. And again, we have a lot of reports of damage coming in from various sources. In fact, if we can go back to the iPad source, let me show you the most serious damage we're seeing right now. And again, this is from an express oil change. And this is located on Valley Road out in Fairfield. And obviously, that's very significant damage. And that's the reason we've been saying, look, this is not like the tornadoes of spring, but it's a big deal. You've got to take these things seriously. And as we also said in recent days, because of the nature of these tropical tornadoes, you cannot provide warnings like you can in the spring and fall for these things. So again, that is what we have at this point, the damage out in Fairfield. And we've had other reports of damage coming in from McCalla as well. We've heard of no injuries so far. So let's go back to the triple box if we can. Again, we've got Megan's live stream. And again, Megan, you're looking at some pretty ominous clouds. And again, we're watching the camera from the top of Alabama Power Company downtown. Want to go back to, if we could put maybe the radar, the high-res radar in that big box, Monroe. We're going to play triple box today. We got so much going on. We stress the warning for Jefferson County has been canceled. There is no warning for any part of Jefferson County. The warning we have, it is for this thing, and that is a very impressive rotation right here. And again, this is a pretty strong evidence of a tornado that is in the far western part of Bibb County. All right, so this is the deal now. This is going to be coming out of Bibb County, moving up toward Jefferson, but it's got to traverse, maybe, it might clip, and I mean clip, the far east part of Tuscaloosa County. And again, you can see that in Tuscaloosa County, this does include Vance, this does include the Mercedes plant. I think the higher probability of this thing in relation to the Mercedes plant is going to pass south of there. But still, since the Mercedes plant is in the Polygon, we recommend that you go ahead and go through your tornado plan there. Vance is included in this. And again, this includes North Bibb, West Blockton, and Bibb County. Nobody should be traveling on Alabama Highway 5 from Interstate 20 south down to West Blockton. And this Polygon warning does include Interstate 5920 from basically Vance up to the Jefferson County line. So again, if you're listening to us by radio, we advise no travel with this new warning along Interstate 5920 between Vance and the Jefferson County line up toward the Tannehill State Park exit, where there's the Petro truck stop and the Love's truck stop. A car is the last place you want to be in a situation like this. And today, these tornadoes are going to be very challenging. These are not like the ones in spring and fall. We've talked about this a lot this week. We cannot provide that early warning like we often can. For the ones in spring and fall, these are going to be very short fuse warnings, and in some cases you will get no warning. That's the reality of this, what we're dealing with today. But clearly that is a very well-defined tornado circulation on radar that is coming up through Bibb County. And again, you can see the velocity display on the right. The Polygon is up in the upper left. Megan's live stream is down there in the lower left. And again, we're going to be going to Megan here. In fact, what I'm going to do, and you can just watch me do this, we're going to show some live images. And again, a lot of this is coming from people that have taken the time to share images with us, and we have hundreds and hundreds of these. This was the circulation that came through Jefferson County, and again, producing very significant damage in parts of Fairfield and McCalla. And again, going to see if again, that's taken from I-65 up at Gardendale. And the shots you're seeing, those still shots, those are a little earlier today. That is a shot from I-65 in Fultondale, as you can see right there. Again, that is a thunderstorm that is clearly capable of producing a tornado. And again, that is, again, pretty good shot. That's coming from downtown Birmingham at Children's. They're looking at the same thing we saw if you watched it live. And again, that seems to be the tornado that did the damage in McCalla and Fairfield. You can see Regents Field down below in that shot. Again, these are all viewer-submitted videos here. If you're just joining us, it is now coming up at 1 o'clock. And let's take our graphic system back in the in that big box if we can, Monroe. I tell you what, let's go back and take the image from the iPad, some more video here. We're going to bounce back and forth a good bit. Again, this is, that tornado that came through earlier today. This was a scene either from northern Jefferson or western Jefferson County. Again, this is we saw images like this coming from Children's of Alabama. Our sky cam up through there throughout the course of this event. But again, this is a situation where we are watching tropical storms with potential for tornadoes. And Megan, tell us where you are and what you've got there.
Right now I'm on 65 southbound. I'm about to take 261B, which is the west-south exit for 2059, headed towards Tuscaloosa to try to go back towards Valley Avenue, which will eventually, I will intercept the storm that is moving through northern Bibb County.
Okay, and again, we're going to stay with that shot. We're hearing a lot of reports of damage now in the western part of the county. And again, you are, for our producers back in the back, we understand there is a response to a restaurant in Fairfield that has a KFC restaurant in Fairfield that maybe has a partial collapse. That was Fairfield, correct? Okay, so that is in Fairfield. And again, we have a lot of news crews that are on the scenes, that will be on the scene soon. And as we get live images coming in from these various places, we'll take that. But again, we are in a situation today where we've got tropical issues galore. Again, let's go to this image. This is the still image you've seen earlier today. This is coming from the express oil change out on Valley Road in Fairfield. And again, as soon as we get additional images, we'll pass that on. Let's go back to Megan's stream. And again, we're going to bounce back between a lot of sources. But I want to stress now, oftentimes in a situation like this, you tend to get a little carried away with damage. We still have ongoing weather that is life-threatening here. And we have a tornado warning that is currently in effect for parts of Bibb and far eastern Tuscaloosa County. This circulation that is coming up does not, and I mean does not, include the city of Tuscaloosa. You're not even close to this thing. It does include Vance, Tannehill State Park in Tuscaloosa County. It includes West Blockton and Bibb County. It does not include Centerville and Brent. And again, as we get more damage images, you'll be seeing that. But we're going to focus on the current situation, which again is life-threatening. Anytime there's a tornado down, this is life-threatening. And again, there's a well-defined circulation on radar, which you're watching right here. And this is south of Vance, west of West Blockton. And that's going to be crossing over Alabama Highway 5 very soon between I-5920 and West Blockton. So again, the most important message I can give you here is that we don't want anybody driving along Alabama Highway 5 in northern Bibb County, north of West Blockton, between West Blockton and the interstate, US 11 at Woodstock. Woodstock obviously is involved in this, Tannehill State Park, the community of Green Pond. These are counties in far northern Bibb County. Those are the areas you see there in red in the Polygon. And you can see that circulation on radar that is coming up into that part of Bibb County. So, and we also, and there's a good chance this will probably stay for a few minutes south of Interstate 5920. But listen, I would not be traveling along Interstate 5920 between Vance and the Jefferson County line, up toward the Abernat-Bucksville exit. Nobody should be traveling on either of those roads until this thing passes. And these are screaming. These are moving at such a rapid clip today that it's not going to take long for these things to pass. And we've had a lot of damage with this first storm that came through western Jefferson County. And again, we're just going to watch this together. Again, this is image you can see in the upper left. These are all viewer-submitted images coming in via social media today. That was a look at this thing coming from the Harbert Center, one of the large buildings in downtown Birmingham. very well defined. In fact, we watched it kind of together on the Skycam. That was taken from Highland Avenue in downtown Birmingham. So again, we thank everybody for taking the time to share these images here. And we'll go back to the high-resolution radar. And again, we've got pretty well-defined circulation. So Megan, again, tell us where you are now and where are you in relation?
I'm on 5920. Really, I just passed I passed under Arkadelphia Road, and now continuing to move south. We're about 4 miles north of the city of Fairfield.
Okay. And I tell you what, you might get on Valley Road, take the Valley Road exit, and if you can find that, I'd like to find that damage path in Fairfield. Again, the express oil changes on Valley Road in Fairfield. You just take the Valley Road exit out by U.S. Steel, and let us know when you come up and see some damage. And again, we'll kind of hold you there, and from there we'll position you back into this for the next one that's coming up. And this next one, more than likely, if it stays into Jefferson County, it's going to be very close to following the same path that first one did. These are feeder bands on the east side of Tropical Depression Cindy, now a depression. And many, many times in my life, I've been in this chair, we have watched tropical systems make landfall near the Sabine Pass, the Texas-Louisiana border. And everybody thinks, well, that's so far away, but that puts us in a prime position for these tropical tornadoes. We had the one that I think about often is Hurricane Rita, produced a lot of tornadoes. Hurricane Danny, back in the mid-'80s, produced a lot of tornadoes in a very similar situation like this. So again, these are all dangerous. They're different than the spring and the fall tornadoes, but you've got to take these things seriously. And again, the reason we're here, we have a tornado warning in effect for parts of northern Bibb and extreme eastern Tuscaloosa County. Again, I can't stress enough that this is not even close to the cities of Tuscaloosa or Northport, and no part of the Birmingham metro is under this. Okay, this is a live shot now. This is coming in. Okay, this looks like
Aeronoff Drive from Fairfield.
This is Bill Castle, and this is Aeronoff Drive in Fairfield. And so we got the KFC and the express oil change. Megan, if you can hear me, I want you to keep on going on the interstate. Let's intercept that storm. We got Bill Castle on the damage now. Megan, if you copy me, you stay on the interstate to intercept the new storm. You might want to stop out there at Bessemer around the Civic Center for a good look back down into this. But again, what you're seeing now, this is live. And while we show you this damage out in Aeronoff Drive in Fairfield from Bill Castle, we should also point out we have a new tornado watch. You can see that on your screen. A tornado watch is in effect for the rest of this afternoon and tonight. This includes a large part of our television viewing area. It includes Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden. The counties there in yellow. And again, you can watch the ribbon down across the bottom of the screen with the details on that. So this is a situation where statewide pretty much we have the possibility of a few of these tropical tornadoes today. And it will be, I know that if you've been watching us for a while, you're probably tired of hearing me say the same thing. But in coverage like this, people come and they go. We need to repeat ourselves fairly often so they hear this. And a very important point today is this. You are going to be in a situation where you might not get a warning. And I don't think they had a warning in that case. We watched that broad circulation coming out of Bibb County. And again, it got down, and these things get down quick. So we have very significant damage. This is around Valley Road, Aeronoff Drive in Fairfield. This has affected an express oil change. This has affected a Kentucky Fried Chicken, a KFC out there, and maybe some other structures as well. It's 1:09. This happened about 25, 30 minutes ago. And we are going to obviously deal with two things today. We're going to be dealing with this storm damage, and we're going to be dealing with the potential for other tornadoes. And if we can put in that big box our high-resolution radar, the velocity couplet is ramping up again in Bibb County, just to the south of Vance, right here. This is a very dangerous storm, and we encourage everybody, and I mean everybody, along Highway 5 from North Bibb and Woodstock all the way down to West Blockton. You be in a safe place. More than likely, this tornado is going to be passing north of West Blockton. But still, you're close enough to the Polygon to be in this thing. We are going to watch this come up toward Jefferson. If this stays intact, more than likely it's going to require a warning for Jefferson County. So it's going to be one of these rather remarkable days with tropical tornadoes. Then these are going to be coming at us just like bullets from Hades. And they get down quick and they go away quick. but they can cause a lot of damage. And again, that's very significant damage coming from Bill Castle's camera. And again, you can see that Bill is live around Valley Road, Aronoff Drive in Fairfield, the western part of the Birmingham Metro. For those of you watching us online, this is west of downtown Birmingham, one of our western suburbs here. And obviously at this point we do not know of injuries. It's just early in the game. We're not going to hear from the officials. They're trying to find out if everybody's okay. This just happened. So again, that is a live shot of damage that has occurred in Fairfield. We've got Megan Thomas in Storm Chaser 3340. She is going back down Interstate 5920 to intercept that cell that's going to be crossing the interstate somewhere. Again, I'd say pretty close to the Abernat-Bucksville exit. Maybe down toward the Caffey Junction exit, which we used to call it years ago. It's Alabama Highway 5 US 11 that goes down to North Bibb and West Blockton. But again, we're watching all this together, and this is a day where we're going to have and I want to stress another point here. Keep in mind, we have dual threats here. We have the threat not only of tornadoes, but of flash flooding. These tropical rain bands, when they set up and they don't move, they can drop 3 inches of rain in 1 hour and produce some really remarkable rain rates and some flooding. And we've had many images of flooding so far today. So again, we have the dual threat of flooding and tornadoes going on here today. And again, you can see that rotation on radar continues to pulse a little bit. You can see the wind velocity spike. They go down, they come right back up. But clearly the screaming message, anybody in northern Bibb County from West Blockton north, be in a safe place. Small room, lowest floor, near the center, away from windows. No mobile homes, no cars. Nobody should be driving along Highway 5 from the Caffey Junction exit down to West Blockton. Nobody should be driving along Interstate 5920 from Vance, the Vance exit, up to the Jefferson County line. What you need to do if you're listening to us by radio, pull over, stop the next exit, go into a restaurant, gas station, get inside, and go into a small interior part, a bathroom, hall, whatever you got. Anything is better than a car, any site-built structure. So we're working damage from a tornado in Fairfield. That's Bill Castle's live video you're seeing in the top left. We're working a tornado that is potentially down in northern Bibb County. And again, Megan Thomas is in Storm Chaser 3340. Megan, if you're with us, that rain, again, that's just pure tropical rains coming down.
Absolutely. Visibility is down to, I'd say, even a quarter of a mile in front of me, but the amount of police, fire department, ambulances heading the other direction, so north on 2059, probably headed into Fairfield, is substantial. I've seen several of them, and you can see them on my screen barely if you can make it out from all of the heavy rain. So we are traveling at safe speed. But there is a lot of standing water, and visibility is down to a quarter of a mile to a half a mile.
Right, and again, we are going to stay with this, obviously. And again, Bill, I know Bill Castle is doing a lot of logistical work behind that camera out there, but if our crew in Fairfield has any information about people that are hurt, and again, this is around KFC and Express Oil Change. There's an ABC store, ABC Beverages, that is in that same spot. And again, we just don't know about injuries at this point. A lot of people are asking about traveling. I've been answering questions nonstop for the last 3 days. In fact, the big box, let's go back to the high-resolution radar, Monroe. And again, that possible tornado is coming up on Highway 5, North Bibb, Woodstock, Caffey Junction. In fact, there's a KFC at that exit on Interstate 5920. You've got to be in a safe place. You've got to be in a safe place. You can see the damage that these have caused today, and you've got to be in a safe place. This is a tornado warning that's in effect for extreme northern Bibb and far eastern Tuscaloosa counties. This does not include Tuscaloosa and Northport. A lot of the old legacy systems are county-based. We don't use counties, we use polygons. So again, this is an extremely dangerous situation in northern Bibb County. But in terms of the questions, people are saying, number one, well, what about my county? I don't care what county you live in. You've got a risk of flash flooding and a tornado today. All 67 Alabama counties. It makes no difference. People are saying, when is it safe to drive? Well, understand, as we've been saying for days, you've got the dual threat of flooding and tornadoes today. Everybody has a different tolerance level for driving in severe weather. And obviously, you've got no business driving in a tornado warning polygon. And if you try and get on the road today, you've got to have a way of hearing warnings. You've got to with your phone. And that crummy app most people have on their phone, that weather app, that's not designed to do that. And now, most phones do have wireless emergency alerts that are triggered automatically, and that's typically pretty good for tornado warnings. But again, just be sure you've got a way of hearing tornado warnings if you try and drive today. Because if you drive into a tornado warning polygon, you got a problem, a big problem. A car is a death trap during a tornado, period. So we're going to have these things in scattered locations. I can't give you a specific start-stop times for tornadoes or feeder bands or anything like that. You've just got to pay close attention today. And as we talked about here on ABC 3340 last night, and I've talked about it across social media all day today, with tropical tornadoes, we often cannot give you any warning. And again, what you saw out there in Fairfield, I don't think they had warning. We watched that broad circulation. It tightened up. It tightens up in a heartbeat, and it gets down. And more than likely, it lifted right after that. I've seen no reports of any damage from areas north and east of there. So that is the problem we're dealing with today. It's very frustrating for us. It is very frustrating for you, and it's dangerous. But it's a day where we've just got to pay close attention to what's going on here. So, again, we are watching in the upper left. We've got the damage. And, again, I think we just lost the shot there from Bill. We'll get that right back. But, again, you're looking at the polygon. This is the tornado warning polygon. I will put on the radar data just so you can peek at that. The reflectivity data, this stuff you're used to seeing, that's not going to help much today. You've got to look at velocity data. That's the reason we're just not showing that. You'll just see pure tropical downpours, but that's the polygon. And this does include Lakeview, I should mention, up here along Highway 216, Alabama 216. Lakeview back over to Bucksville, Tannehill State Park. That's the far edge of this thing. We have another report of damage coming from Inslee, reports of collapse of the old Jim Burke automotive dealership building in Inslee. It's possible. Okay, we got some good news. Express Oil on their Twitter feed, they just tweeted that they have reports of no injuries at their location. All of their employees are fine. So that's great news from Express Oil Change. Nobody was injured at their property. Now, we had other properties, the ABC Beverages and KFC involved in that. I don't know there, but the good news officially from Express Oil Change, we've had no reports of any injuries from that facility. We're getting a report from rotation in northern Bibb with this current situation we have here, but it's not reaching the ground. And that's coming from the Sheriff's Department in Bibb County. So, again, that's great news. But, again, this could drop down at any time. Let's go back to Megan. Megan, tell us where you are and what you got.
Right now, I am still on 5920, but I'm about to be on I-20 southbound headed towards Tuscaloosa. I'm about to be at that split. Going to head into, trying to head into that polygon if I can. Stay on 5920 and intercept it out of Bibb County. And I'm right at the split between, you can go, 459 north to Montgomery, Atlanta, or you can go the other direction south towards Tuscaloosa. Okay.
Again, Megan, we'll stay with your shot is up the entire time. We're going to leave that up. And again, we've got the velocity display in the upper left. This is for the tornado warning for North Bibb. That is very broad rotation. That is not a tornado signature, but again, understand these things can get down in a heartbeat. So again, that polygon warning stays in effect. The warning will be in effect until 1:45, but these are moving so fast. There's a chance that'll be out of that polygon by 1:45 this afternoon. So again, we are watching a lot of things here. We've got significant storm damage, tornado damage in Fairfield around Aronoff Drive to an Express Oil Change, damage to a KFC. ABC Beverages, we understand, was damaged in the same spot. So far, no reports of any injuries, at least at the Express Oil facility, and the damage there was very significant. Again, as soon as we get Bill Castle's live feed, we'll reestablish that. But again, we focus on the damage, but we've got to make priority the ongoing storms that are life-threatening, and we have a tornado warning in effect for extreme eastern Tuscaloosa County, Lakeview, Tannehill State Park, Bucksville, places like that. Caffey Junction, then down into Bibb County along Highway 5. Circulation basically crossing Alabama Highway 5 at this point between Woodstock and West Blockton. And that will be coming up toward Interstate 5920, more than likely crossing the interstate around the Abernat-Bucksville exit, Alabama Highway 216. And nobody should be traveling along Interstate 5920, obviously because of the possibility of a tornado there. Now we got a tornado warning for Jefferson County. What the Weather Service is going to do is extend the warning for this rotation. Or I'm sorry, what they're going to do, this is another rotation, all right? And again, this is going to be a day, if you heard me on Rick and Bubba the other day, I was talking about whack-a-mole. It is like playing whack-a-mole. These things are coming and going very quickly. This is for another circulation. It is for the one that you are seeing right there in the upper left. In fact, I'll put a circle around that thing. And the new tornado warning polygon is in that big box. So if you are in Jefferson County, this is for a new circulation. This includes Oak Grove, Rock Creek, Sylvan Springs, McDonald Chapel, Edgewater, Graysville, Adamsville, Brookside, Mulga, Sayre. If you're in any of these communities, you need to be in a safe place now. Nobody should be driving along Alabama Highway 269 out of Inslee up toward Walker County. We advise nobody traveling now along Interstate 22 from Colberg Road to the Walker County line. Nobody should be along Alabama Highway 5. That's the old US 78. North of Forestdale, up to the county line, up toward the Green Top. So again, this is a new tornado warning in effect for Jefferson County. This is for the western part of the county. And again, Oak Grove, Rock Creek, Sylvan Springs, McDonald Chapel, Pratt City, Edgewater, Graysville, Sayre, Brookside, Lynn Crossing. If you're in any of these communities in the western part of Jefferson County, Graysville, be in a safe place, a small room on the lowest floor near the center, away from windows. This is a brand new circulation that has popped up here this afternoon. And again, you can see that's very well defined on the high-resolution radar that is on the upper left. Down in the left in the bottom part, that's damage coming from a tornado earlier, about 45 minutes ago in Fairfield, around Valley Road and Aronoff Drive. We have significant damage to an express oil change, damage to a KFC restaurant, damage to an ABC Beverages retail store. We have heard of no injuries despite that, and again, that's just a sign we've got to take this thing seriously. So we have still a tornado warning in effect for, in fact, let me just kind of expand this out. In that big box, you can see our two tornado warning polygons, one for extreme northern Bibb and the eastern tip of Tuscaloosa County. The new polygon is the one that's farther to the north over Jefferson County, and those are the two spots right now where you've got to be in a safe place. And we should mention there is a tornado watch area-wide this afternoon. It doesn't matter where you are. All counties in our viewing area are basically in that tornado watch. And again, you can see that on your screen. That is the display up on the screen. You can see that clearly that's rotating through the warnings and things like that. So if you can, the best thing to do is just kind of settle in and sit with us, spend the afternoon with us here. We got a lot of people out. We've got a lot of technology here, and we're going to show you exactly what's happening as it happens, and we'll let you know the minute warnings are issued. We'll have storm damage reports. There's very good inflow on the storm that's riding that Tuscaloosa-Bibb County line. But these things wrap up quick. The Weather Service for now is not planning on extending this warning up into Jefferson. But again, a new warning for Jefferson is for this one. These are two separate circulations. Make that perfectly clear. In fact, in the high-resolution radar, you can see one is here and one is down here. Those blue circles I've just drawn, that's the box there in the upper left. So those are the two areas where tornadoes are possible right now. And these things get down quick and they get off the ground quick. So we advise very quick action here. I'm going to go show some images. We'll just leave it up, Monroe, coming in from social media. And again, these are videos. This is a video of the tornado that came through the Birmingham, the western part of Birmingham. You can see very well-defined circulation there. That's in the top right. And again, that's clearly a tornado that came through. That's the one that hit Fairfield. In fact, there's a look at more of the damage coming from Fairfield. That's a still shot there you can see from out around the express oil change. And again, this is another video that you'll see coming in from Twitter of the tornado right there. Obviously, everybody in downtown Birmingham had a front row seat for this thing. Those tall buildings in the financial district, the high-rise buildings in downtown Birmingham, they could clearly see that. We watched it live on the camera coming from Children's of Alabama. And again, this was about 45 minutes ago. Again, this is more damage you see there coming from the express oil change. And obviously, we got a live picture of that coming in the box you can see down there to your right. So we're going to put the high-resolution radar back on here. And again, we thank everybody for taking the time to send the images via social media. I can't show all of them, but they are very helpful. You are our window to the world in addition to our folks that are streaming. So again, with the radar, we've got very broad circulation here in the storm that is over Woodstock, North Bibb. That is not really a tornado signature, but listen, these things can get down in a heartbeat. I mean, the best thing to do is to simply... here's all you need to know today. If you're in a Polygon, go to a safe place. We'll make it easy. If you're not, don't worry about it. But you've got to pay attention. Be sure you can pay attention to warnings today. A funny feeling this might be a busy afternoon. In fact, I came in this morning about 8 o'clock. I typically get here about midday, 1 o'clock, but a little nervous feeling this might be a busy day based on the landfall point of Cindy. When those suckers come into the Sabine Pass, typically it drops a lot of tornadoes here. And sure enough, that's going on today. So that's our North Bibb storm. We'll go back up, and again, we'll show the other storm, which is located right here. This is located near Oak Grove. And again, I stress everybody in this polygon you see here on the big part of the screen, Oak Grove, Rock Creek, Sylvan Springs, McDonald Chapel, Pratt City, Edgewater, Adamsville, Graysville, Brookside, Sayre. If you're in any of these places or close to them, you want to be in a good, safe place right now. Just don't wait. Don't look for this. You're not going to see these today. In some cases you can. In many cases you cannot. We have pure tropical downpours going on here. In fact, you can see in Megan's camera down there in the lower left, she is in driving rain. You're not going to see anything in that. And again, you might if you're lucky, but in many cases you are not. So again, this is a tornado warning for Jefferson County for the western suburbs. And you can see that the tornado itself is pretty close to Rock Creek. That's about to cross Alabama Highway 269. Nobody should be traveling along Highway 269 between Inslee and the Walker County line. Nobody should be traveling along Interstate 22 between Colberg Road and the Walker County line. Nobody should be traveling along Old US 78. That's now designated Alabama Highway 5. Nobody on that highway from Forestdale on up to the Walker County line. And we'll see if this is going to be extended. And again, we have not heard of any specific reports. Okay, and that is incorrect information. We get a lot of stuff in our ear. A lot of stuff floats out here that is not correct, and we appreciate that report. But again, it's our job to kind of be an on-air cop and sort out the correct information. Again, you're looking in the polygon there. That is the warning for extreme northern Bibb and extreme eastern Tuscaloosa County. The Weather Service has indicated they do not at this point plan to extend that into Jefferson. It might change. But for now, they are not extending that, which means that for our friends that are in that situation where they're trying to clean up the damage, you know, you can go on about that. We can take Bill's live feed. Do we still have Bill's feed up from the damage scene out there? Okay, he's getting in position. As soon as he does that, what we can do is have Bill, or we'll put Bill's video back down in there. And I was going to show that ongoing. They've got the cleanup going on here, but understand this rotation that's in northern Bibb, it's very broad. And the Weather Service at the moment is not extending this into Jefferson. So that's the current situation here with that. So again, we are looking at a couple of rotations, one in northern Bibb, the other one in western Jefferson. And we encourage everybody on both of these to go to a safe place right away. And I'll be honest with you, both of them right now don't look that overly impressive. This storm is spinning like a top right here, but it's very broad. That's not your classic tornado signature. And this is the one that is crossing over Woodstock, North Bibb, that's about to ride up along Interstate 5920. Still, you've got to take it seriously. These things get down in a heartbeat. But again, the Weather Service is stressing both of these circulations have broadened. And at the moment, they're not planning on extending either one of these. On a day like today, you're going to see dozens and dozens and dozens of these broad circulations. And you can't issue warnings for all of them. And if you do that, your false alarm rate would be 95%. But they tighten up very quickly, and again, once we've got a warning in place, the best thing to do is just stay with that. So the tornado warning that's in effect for Tuscaloosa, again, extreme eastern Tuscaloosa and Bibb County, that's set to expire at 1:45. That rotation will likely be out of that area by 1:45. They'll probably cancel that a bit earlier. But again, nobody should be along Interstate 59 from Vance up to the Abernathy-Bucksville exit right now. If you're listening to us on the radio, get off at the next exit, go into a gas station, restaurant, any place, get into a small room as you can. And again, that's the circuit. Yes, I hear you, Megan. Go ahead.
Hey, I wanted to just let you know that I am right underneath what would be the circulation. I'm on 5920, headed south towards Tuscaloosa at the, I pulled off the side of the road. But the amount of rain that is falling is, you can't see in front of you.
Hey, Megan, I think your hand's blocking the mic on the phone.
Do what now?
I think your hand's blocking the mic on the phone.
Okay, can you hear me now better?
A little bit. Go ahead.
Okay.
Now we got you.
Now we're better? Okay,
yes.
Great. So the heavy rain is continuous. I will also say I am directly underneath what would be the circulation, but from what I can see, it's nothing, and it's very broad at this point. But the clouds are booking it straight north. They're all just moving straight north very quickly at this point. But it looks like the heavy rain is coming in waves. People have pulled off to the side of the road, but then there's also the people who continue to drive. But for right now, it looks like things are okay here. I'm not seeing any signs of trees or anything really moving.
Okay, a couple of things.
Okay.
Good deal. So thank you, Megan. Let me just say this now. The Weather Service has canceled the northern tornado warning for Jefferson. The Weather Service in Birmingham has canceled the warning for Jefferson County. And like I've been telling you guys, this is whack-a-mole. These things get down, they spin up, and they go away. So the warning for Jefferson has ended. So we have no warnings for any part of Jefferson County. No warnings. That was been canceled. The only warning still on the board is this warning down here where Megan's located for extreme northern Bibb and the eastern tip of Tuscaloosa County. And as Megan is under that storm, and as you just heard her say, that is very broad, and there's no evidence of a tornado, and the Weather Service is not planning on extending that into Jefferson. So that's the current situation here. And again, this is so broad, they might cancel that North Bibb warning. And if that's the case, we'll have no warnings at this point. But again, the concern right now is obviously for the damage. This is from storm number 1. We've had 3 circulations today. And the first one was the one that got parts of Fairfield with the damage you're seeing here. If you're just joining us, it is 1:32. This is James Spann with Megan Thomas and Brian Peters and Bill Castle and a host of others, covering a tropical day with tropical tornadoes and feeder bands. We've done this many times over the years. They're not fun to deal with. They're hard to warn for. In some cases, impossible to warn for. Okay, so now we've got damage. This on the top, this is more live video. This is coming in from Monroe Pine Tree Lane. What municipality, do we know? Okay, this is also in Fairfield. So this is damage from the same storm that produced the damage at the businesses you see there in Aronoff Drive near Valley Road. And again, Bill Castle and our crew, they're doing a great job in horrific conditions. And as you look at this damage, the Weather Service has canceled the tornado warning for Bibb and Tuscaloosa, eastern Tuscaloosa. The bottom line is I've got no tornado warnings. So leave that radar up, and we're just going to put the radar data back on here. And we're going to let you watch the radar. We're hearing some of the reporters out in the field, and as soon as we get the reporters up and mic'd, we'll go to them. So again, no warnings for any part of Alabama at this point. I think I'm hearing Vinton Blandon. Vinton, tell us where you are and what you got.
Yes. Hey, I'm in the 7100 block of Pine Tree Lane. This is the 7100 block of Pine Tree Lane, which is probably 2 blocks from where the KFC is, the old Jim Burke building is. But let me get out of the way. I don't have a lot of content to say, but I want to show you these pictures. As I said, this is on Pine Tree Lane. Just about every yard over here, they have the trees down. We were trying to get to the fire station at the end of this street, and we ran into this right here. Trees down. I think 2 trees are down. We got the power lines down. We have some telephone lines down. Now, I'm not sure which ones are which, so I'm not going to touch any of them because one of them will give a shock. Now, the people are on their porches, and, you know, we were coming down the street. We saw one person walking out. Then they all started to come out. I don't have a time frame on when all of this happened, but I'm guessing that it happened a short time ago because people are coming outside of their houses looking at it as if it's new. Now, one thing I want to tell people in Fairfield, a lot of folks are trying to get away from that traffic congestion on Aaron Aronoff, and they're cutting down on this street. They're speeding through probably about 35, 45 miles an hour. They can't really see that this street is closed by the tree until they get up on the tree. In fact, we were almost hit by a car just a couple of minutes ago. But let me go ahead and walk on down. Patrick, he's working this floor. Some of this, be very careful right there. All of this over here, up, if you look behind this house, trees are down. You have some umbrellas down. Just look at that tree right there. That is a tree. It's not coming from the ground on this side, so I'm not really sure where it came from. So with my eyes, I can tell that it came from another location. Then let's go farther down this way. We have some kids out here, I guess, with some of the family. Let's see if we can go up and talk. Hey, ma'am, how you doing? This is Vincent with ABC 3340. Can you tell me just basically what happened, how long ago, what you saw?
My husband probably could tell you more. He was alerting us to what had happened, and that you can see the trees and everything. We was in the house and was sitting on the stairway because the lights had gone out. And next thing we know, we saw all the wind and everything, and we came out, and there's all this destruction around here.
And how long ago was that? We just got here.
About
an hour ago.
About an hour, sir. Were you outside when all of this happened?
Oh, no.
We went inside, the storm hit, and then an alert hit my phone about the storm. I told everybody to go down to the basement, and it lasted about 2 or 3 minutes, and it was gone. Then as I was going downstairs, I looked out the front door, and I saw where some of the trees were down. Power out went out first, and then right after that, I told everybody to go downstairs, and once it lasted about 2 minutes, it was gone.
Okay, and you know, I'm used to Fairfield. I come here a lot, but I have never seen this street. It looks very cluttered right now. Mm-hmm. What does it look like on a normal day?
Normally, it's just a clear street. Everybody's just transversing up and down the street, no problems. All the neighbors are very friendly, and nothing like this. You know, it's been maybe 20 years since we had a storm like this that hit over here, and that was back when we had a snowstorm that came through, snow and ice storm that came through. We had a lot of trees down, but it's been 20, 25 years ago when that happened.
And compare that storm to this storm. What did this sound like? What was it like going through this?
Well, that storm, it was like a winter storm, so you had a lot of snow and ice, a lot of white lightning, and it came from, like, I was in my den, it came from the backyard this way. And this storm, I don't know which way it came. I was in my bedroom. I just heard it hitting. And then, once that alert came, I told everybody to go downstairs, and then we didn't see until after everything passed. But it was quick. It lasted, like I said, about a couple of minutes, and then it was gone.
Okay, sir, thank you for your time. I apologize for running up on you. But again, this is basically in the 7100 block of Pine Tree Lane. What we were doing, we were moving from the Homewood area, trying to get over here to get to the fire station that's down at the end of this street. And as I said, when we got down this hill, that's when we ran into these trees. There are many trees, 2 or 3 trees, power lines. There are some trees down on the ground. We don't see a tree stump, so it is, with my view, it appears that these trees came from somewhere else and landed on here. But I don't see any building structures damaged. I don't see any cars damaged. One car did come down through. He had asbestos and everything on top of it. But that's basically the gist right here on Pine Tree Lane in Fairfield. Reporting live, back to you guys.
Okay, we're going to stay with the radar full screen here for just a second. And again, I've got so many images coming in and so many videos here. We stress right now we have no tornado warnings. No tornado warnings for any part of Alabama. That's the reason we're focusing on the damage. Let's go back to the iPad source. We got some videos coming in that we'll show you. These are all from viewers. And again, this is a video you can see of the tornado coming through. This was taken from Inslee. And we'll just kind of let this go, let this ride for just a little bit. Obviously, at this point, it was down. Looking back toward Fairfield, this is probably about the time the damage was being caused in Fairfield. And these tornadoes will be rated later. We don't like to play the guessing game if this was a 0, 1, 2, whatever. But obviously, it caused very significant damage in Fairfield, as you saw. And again, this is going to ultimately come out into parts of Inslee as well. It seems like the core of the damage has been out in Fairfield so far. But again, we understand this is a report from this video. A tornado hit a business in Inslee with building damage and freight trucks and trailers overturned. And this video, I think, goes on for a little bit. But again, that's one of the videos. Let me show you one more that's come in. We got a lot of these we'll be showing today. And again, this is the same shot. This is looks like that's taken from near Interstate 5920. And again, we've got what could be that tornado you see off in the distance. So it's been a pretty wild day. Let's go to Megan's live stream right now. If we can, we'll take Megan's live stream. And again, Megan, tell us where you are. And that rotation came over you in North Bibb, and you say nothing to that. Obviously, the Weather Service agrees they canceled the warning.
Right, it was completely over top of me.
And if y'all can kill the natural sound from the live shot, I'm sorry, guys, we need Megan needs to be up now. Hang on, Megan, I'm sorry. We need our audio operator back in the back to take the audio natural sound. Okay, go.
Okay, can we hear? Okay, great. So the circulation, the broad rotation came right over top of me. All it was heavy rain. The clouds obviously were moving pretty quickly, but right now I am going back to head north on 2059. I'm heading back. There were no side streets that I could take. I am right at the Mercedes-Benz dealership or factory right in Vance.
Okay, and
so
again,
now we're looking back north into the storm that we just came out of.
Thank you, Megan. And again, you can watch Megan's live stream on Facebook Live. There is a Facebook page just for our chasers in the field. It's ABC 3340 Storm Chaser. If it's not on television, you can watch it over on Facebook Live. And, of course, we stream our coverage on Facebook Live as well. But, again, what you're watching, and let me just kind of do a reset here. It is now 1:41. We have had a significant tornado come through the western suburbs of Birmingham. Some pretty serious damage in Fairfield around Aronoff Drive and Valley Road. We have had damage in parts of Inslee, reports of damage back in McCalla. We have had no reports of injuries from these. These are tropical tornadoes on the east side of the circulation of Tropical Depression Cindy that made landfall early this morning in the pre-dawn hours near the Sabine Pass. And what you're watching in the big box on your screen on the right, that's the current radar. And you can see these feeder bands coming up through Birmingham. You're going to see a lot of rotation on radar today, and trying to warn for these things, it is difficult, if not impossible. We've stressed that for days, and I think as the tornado first got down in Fairfield, we probably didn't have a warning at that point. And it's going to probably happen again today. A tornado can get down with no warning. The other issue we've got to stress here, the flooding potential. These are pure tropical downpours. Precipitable water values are amazingly high today in the 99th percentile range. And accordingly, you might pick up 1-2 inches of rain in 30 minutes with this stuff, and that's enough to cause some major flooding problems. So we have the dual threat of flash flooding and isolated tornadoes today. It's going to be a day where you've got to watch carefully. If you fall in a tornado warning polygon, you've got to go to a safe place and get out of cars, in mobile homes, and get yourself in a safe place. But again, I stress for now, we do not have any active tornado warnings in the state. That's the good news. Let me throw up the current watch warning situation, and you can see the areas in yellow. That is the tornado watch in effect for this afternoon. This includes Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden, Aniana, Jasper, Fayette, Vernon, and Point South. It does not include the row of counties on the Georgia border. This includes Clanton, Centerville, Brent, Greensboro, Utah, Aliceville, Rockford, Sylacauga, Talladega, Ashland, Lineville. Again, most of our television viewing area. So if you are watching us, there's a good chance you're in the tornado watch. The exceptions are those far northern counties, Winston and Cullman. You are in our television market. You are not in a tornado watch right now. The higher chance of a tornado is in the areas of yellow. Down to the south, those are all flash flood warnings. Flash flood warnings blanket the southwestern corner of Alabama. But again, for now, we have no flash flood warnings, no tornado warnings in effect for the northern part, the northern half of Alabama, which is great news. I'll show you a wider view. You can see the spinning circulation of Cindy that is on the Texas-Louisiana border south of Shreveport. And again, we are in a fetch of very, very rich moisture from the deep tropics coming right up through in here. And you can see the tornado watch in the box that's yellow. That includes much of Alabama, Mississippi, and parts of far eastern Louisiana. But it just sure seems like we have somehow managed to win the moisture and the tornado lottery with this thing today. And again, what we do, we have to watch for these circulations just so carefully. They can pop up in a heartbeat, and they get down, and they're gone. And we've had that today. We've had multiple opportunities, and we certainly could see more. And again, multiple questions from people that are asking about traveling today. There is no way we can resolve now where we're going to have a tornado warning at 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 7 o'clock, or if we'll have one at all. It's possible, sure. Or in the same thing for a flash flood. If you've got to travel today, just understand this is not a good day to travel. It's a horrible day to travel because of the nature of the weather, but if you have to, you've got to pay close attention to what's going on here and understand we have the dual threat of flooding and isolated tornadoes today. A car is the worst place to be in either situation, a flood or a tornado. But you can see it's not going to rain all day. We'll have some breaks. But certainly it's going to be a challenging travel day, and for days and days I've been telling people everybody has a different tolerance level for driving in this kind of weather. For some people they're pretty good at it, for some people they're not, and if you're not, you just need to postpone your trip. And understand tomorrow we have the chance of these things. This is not a one-day pop here. We're going to have the opportunity tomorrow afternoon as well. So we have the chance of flooding and severe weather today and a few tornadoes. Pretty much the same thing tomorrow, maybe the threat, a little more, the chance of tornadoes tomorrow, isolated tornadoes. And then as we get into the weekend, we'll have a pretty good round of showers and storms Saturday. We don't expect any severe weather Saturday. And then by Sunday, dry air takes over. Sunday, all next week, looks very, very quiet, cooler nights, lower humidity. It should be amazingly comfortable. So, again, that's the deal. Let's take Megan's camera full screen if we can. This is going to be Megan Thomas in Storm Chaser 3340. And, Megan, if you're on the line with us, tell us where you are and what you got.
Right now I'm just dealing with some rain at times, and it looks like the majority of people are off the road. I'm headed back north towards Birmingham. I'm right about to be at the West Blockton Centerville exit. I'm about a mile away from that. The Mercedes plant is behind me. So we're going to continue to move north. I was going to try, I saw some circulation out of West Blockton or just in Bibb County that I was going to wait in Brent to see if it was going to move north, but it looks like it's falling apart. So I'm headed back to where I could get on access roads easier.
Okay, good deal. Let's show this live. Let's take our iPad source. This is some new video that's coming in. And again, I probably have over 200 videos of this thing. I would be here all night showing all of these. This is video of the tornado that came through Fairfield earlier today. This was taken from Daniel Payne Drive from Birmingham Freightliner. And again, you can see that this thing is clearly down at that point, or at least it was down at the beginning, and this is toward the end of its life cycle. It seems, and of course, what the Weather Service is going to do in here, they're going to come in here and do assessments on this. They will assess the damage, and we'll have a rating tomorrow. Let's go out to Fairfield right now, and Lauren Walsh. Lauren, give us an update on what's going on out there.
Hey, James. Yeah, we're in Fairfield, or right next to the Western Hills Mall, and I can tell you a lot of damage, a lot of first responders. We just got out here. We're still gathering information, and I actually believe that the chief is about to meet up with some media members just up the hill where we also have a crew, so we will have that information to you. But you can see the damage that our chief photographer, Bill Castle, is showing you now. The liquor store, which is over here, you can see severe damage to that. It's that brick building with the blue roof. There is a lot of damage to the liquor store. Right next door, there was some kind of oil change, a car facility. That one is also significantly damaged. A lot of the roads blocked off around here, and we've been talking to residents as we've been walking over here because we had to park several blocks away to walk over to this spot because of the roads being closed. A lot of them just telling me that they saw a storm come through, that they saw the damage to these structures, and they're in shock right now. But again, the chief is about to give us some more information, and we have a crew up there, so I'll have a lot more information in just a couple minutes for you, James.
Very much. It's Lauren Walsh in Fairfield. Let's go back to our graphics full screen. We're going to stay with this. It's 1:49, and typically when we have no tornado warnings, we go back to programming. Due to the nature of the damage out there in the western part of the Birmingham Metro, we're going to stay with this for a while. We apologize, whatever program you're trying to watch, but understand a human life is more important than your program. You can watch it on ABC's app, on the website, iPad, iPhone, Android phone. You can watch these things in any way these days. So please have the courtesy of allowing us the opportunity to provide this coverage. We're coming up on 2 o'clock, and again, we have tropical downpours coming across Alabama today. There are no warnings. We stress there are no warnings at this point. And let me make this perfectly clear. I've said it for days. I've said it this morning. I'll say it again. For these type tornadoes, it is not like the scenario we have in the spring and in the fall, in our classic tornado seasons with these landfalling tropical systems. They typically are hard to identify, hard to warn for. They're down quick, they get up quick, and it's a nightmare trying to forecast and provide adequate warning for these things. In some cases, you have no warning. In some cases, you might have a minute or two if you're lucky, but often by the time the warning goes out, it's all gone. So that's the situation here. But you've got to keep a very close eye on the velocity displays, and that's one of the things we're doing today. In fact, we'll just take this full. Let's take our high-resolution radar. I'll show you a couple of things here. So in this big rain mass over here in Shelby County, up along Highway 231, you see this right here? That's broad circulation. That cell is spinning like a top, but that's no tornado. That is not a tight tornado circulation. Could one get down in that area? Yes. But again, you can't warn. Every time you see one of these things, if you do that, 90% of your warnings are false, and then nobody pays attention because you're crying wolf. But again, that's broad circulation along Highway 231 north of Vincent in Shelby County. And really, that's about the only one I see of any significance at this point, which is good. We're watching all the other areas down and through here, and so far it looks like basically no sign of any tornado. So back to the graphics system. We're going to be bouncing back and forth between our coverage in the field and current weather. And again, so far so good in the last 15 minutes or so. We had multiple tornado warnings coming out of the gate. We have no warnings in effect now. The Weather Service in Birmingham, they are watching this stuff like a hawk. But let me say this, for those that are working out in Fairfield with the damage, this feeder band is about to come through there. In fact, you see this big feeder band area right over here. This is going to come through Fairfield and produce a whole lot of precipitation, very heavy amounts of rain in through here. So again, right in through here, all of that is about to come into Fairfield. So for Lauren and Bill Castle and for our people and for the first responders that are out there, just understand that weather conditions will be deteriorating quite soon, and this will be pure tropical rain that comes into the areas that were damaged. So that should be in Fairfield in a matter of maybe 5 to 10 minutes. The rain is light in Fairfield now, but again, that will be affecting them in a matter of minutes. Now, traditionally with landfalling tropical systems, we do not see a lot of lightning. We got some, but we don't see a lot. In fact, let me be sure I've got the lightning turned on here. And we do. Okay, I'm seeing some lightning output right here. You can see, again, Fairfield is located right here. And you can see lightning right in through here. So one of the things we encourage people to adhere to the 8-mile rule. If there's lightning within 8 miles, you need to go inside. That's the Southeastern Conference rule. That's a good rule for anything outdoors. And that lightning is obviously within 8 miles of Fairfield. So my advice out there would be for those that are responding and cleaning up to somehow get into a building, get inside a car, get inside a truck. Lightning safety, it's different. You just go inside something, car, truck, van, bus, house. Lightning doesn't chase you through the front door. And wait for this to pass, but we've clearly got lightning output in this cell within 8 miles of Fairfield, and the rain out there is about to get very, very, very heavy. So that's the situation here. And again, we could see some flash flooding. The rain is just torrential out here in the western end of Jefferson County. Oak Grove, Rock Creek, Valley Creek, Virginia Mines. So that's coming over toward the western part of Birmingham. And we should mention, we're not ignoring everybody over here. You've not had any tornado problems. We have to focus on life-threatening storms, but it is just absolutely pouring down here in St. Clair County around Wolf Creek. That's between Pell City and Leeds. Pouring on Highway 231 down here below Cropwell. A little bit of thunder and lightning here. Very heavy rain falling along Interstate 20 out around Bald Rock Mountain, Chula Vista. Heavy rain falling in Odenville in St. Clair County. And again, this is pure tropical in nature, and we could very well see some flooding problems here from this thing. So I just want to make it perfectly clear that it's a situation where we have the risk of flooding problems as well as tornado problems today. Let's take the iPad source full if we can. Okay, let's go. This is damage, by the way, from the tornado. Let's go to Lauren. She's got the police chief with her. Lauren, go ahead. And I don't think that she can hear us right now, so we'll go back out there as soon as we can reestablish this. But again, back to the image I was showing you. This is some damage in Inslee. So we've got damage from Fairfield and Inslee, and if we can take the iPad source, that is a business that is in Inslee. You can see damage to that end of the building down there. In fact, real quick, I'll just kind of show you some images coming in from social media. And again, this is a look at what apparently was that tornado coming through the western part of Birmingham. I think this is taken from Birmingham Southern College. In fact, let me check the, yeah, that's from the soccer field at Birmingham Southern College. This rotation tornado passed just north of Birmingham Southern, more than likely crossing Interstate 59. And again, this is going to be more video of the tornado. And again, the way this thing was lined up and the visibility, we've got just all kinds of video that you'll be seeing later. This was taken from St. Vincent's north, and again, you can see the tornado at that point, which might have been a funnel cloud passing north of downtown Birmingham. I've heard of no damage up around Fultondale and Forestdale. This was video earlier taken from Fultondale, and at that point it looks like it was still down. And some knucklehead always wants to call in the middle of a newscast. Pam, you had that same problem too. And again, we'll go to Pam here in just a second. Let's go back to Lauren right now. Lauren, go ahead. I think you got the fire chief with you, or police chief. I think we've lost their audio here, so let's go back to the iPad.
Significant damage. We don't have audio, Chris. Can you make sure that they can hear what I'm saying? You guys can hear us now? Okay, great. We're with Chief Dyer. And Chief, tell us what exactly happened out here.
Well, the tornado touched down and it hit the ABC store, KFC, and Express Oil Change. And I believe we have extensive damage at Fire Station 2, Fairfield Fire Station. Some other housing units were hit. Anybody that has any family in the city you've not heard from, please reach out. And if you can't get a hold of them, let the police department know. So we're trying to figure out the whole scope of the damage, and we just want to make sure everybody's okay right now.
Chief, what injuries do you know of?
We had minor injuries. I think 3 to 4 with minor injuries at this time.
Were those people who were in the stores?
Yeah, one. I know 3. I think were in the stores, and then 1 was in an apartment that had some damage.
Minor injuries. Those people,
as far as I know, minor right now.
They're doing okay.
Yes.
And is this the only spot that you know of significant damage?
No, the other end of town, where the fire station is, I think there's extensive damage on that end too. And we're still trying to figure out the whole scope. There's extensive damage in this other shopping center also.
Chief, what is your team doing right now to respond to this?
We're just really trying to still make sure everybody's okay, and then we're going to start the cleanup. We have multiple agencies assisting, Jefferson County, Birmingham, the state, Birmingham Fire, the state, Miles College, and Midfield are all out helping. So we're just trying to make sure everybody's okay, and we're going to start the cleanup and get the streets accessible. So.
Thank you, Chief, for your time. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
We know you're busy right now.
Thank you.
Okay, James, back to you.
Hey, Lauren, let me ask you this. For those people that are familiar with Fairfield, how close to this is Western Hills Mall?
Western Hills Mall is literally, do you see behind me that white structure of Chris McCauley, my photographer, can show you? Western Hills Mall is right there. And then right here, right across the street is the liquor store, the oil changing location, and the KFC, which are the 3 structures immediately behind me, which were hit.
Okay, Lauren, and again, be aware that you are about to be drenched with lightning, so I would recommend that you get into the vehicle, and you guys can leave the camera up, but for safety's sake, not from a tornado, but from lightning, you might want to just get inside a car. So thank you for that live report. We're going to leave your camera up, hopefully. So that's Lauren Walsh, who was in Fairfield. And again, it's been a day where I was afraid this was going to happen, and sure enough, it's happened. But the good thing I can tell you now is that we do not have any tornado warnings at this point. which is a very good thing, but that might change. We're into a tornado watch for the rest of the afternoon. What you're seeing in the upper left, that is damage in Inslee. And Fletcher Tubbs of our staff is showing damage there. Okay, this is at Tire Tech in Inslee. And Cynthia, by chance, can you hear me, Cynthia Gould? Probably not. I don't think she's mic'd up yet. But again, we'll take that shot back from Tire Tech in Inslee. And again, this is more damage from the tornado. We've got an overturned vehicle there. But yeah, let me just show you this. This is at Tire Tech in Inslee. And again, that's some damage to their building. And again, at this point, I've heard of no damage. And this is the same tornado that hit Fairfield and caused all the damage right by Western Hills Mall at the ABC liquor store, KFC, and the Express oil change. But obviously, that tornado had enough wind to take that truck and turn it on its side. So that's damage coming from a business in Inslee called Tire Tech. We'll go back to the radar, and again, we stress, and people say, why do you keep repeating yourself? Well, people come and go. People tune in, they get busy, they go do something, they come back. We want to make it perfectly clear we have no tornado warnings in effect here at this point. We are involved in a dual threat today, flash flooding and tornado activity. We should mention a report is coming in that Floyd Bradford Road in Trussville and Leeds is completely flooded. And that's not surprising. That's involved in this mess over here. And again, this is just incredible downpours. In some parts of St. Clair, northeast Jefferson counties, up into Blount County. And we might have a situation, if this keeps up, where some roads might be becoming passable later today. And more than likely, we probably have some now. I'm seeing many reports of small creeks and streams way out of their banks. And if you live in a flood-prone area, there's a very real chance that you are going to have a problem today if you're getting into one of these feeder bands. In fact, I'll loop this thing, and you can see now that is just racing through, but it doesn't take long to drop 1 to 2 inches of rain. I mean, not long at all. And some of that heaviest rain is falling now in St. Clair County, right on top of Branchville, Odenville, Chula Vista, Cook Springs, Pell City, Wolf Creek. Coming down. Torrential rains falling in parts of Blount County as well. Heavy rain falling along Highway 75, not too far from Rimlap and Palmerdale. And then the big batch that's coming into Jefferson County, and again, this is the one that's kind of concerning here. This is going to affect the Birmingham Metro. This is the one that you see right here, and it's about to just really open up in these tornado-damaged areas. You've got all these first responders trying to clean up and get things sorted out, and conditions will rapidly deteriorate in Fairfield and Inslee where we got all this damage. And again, there is some lightning involved. So our advice to all of our reporters and crews is to, leave your camera up, that's fine, but you might want to go into a news vehicle. First responders get back into their vehicles, whatever it takes to kind of stay out of that lightning. The last thing you want, some kind of a tragic lightning injury on top of everything else. But this is just tremendous rains that are falling out here in the western part of Jefferson County, and that's about to move into the city center, including downtown Birmingham. There is no evidence of any tornado activity involved in that at this point. And I'm watching the velocity like a hawk, and the encouraging thing is we just don't see anything. Let's go back to some of the video coming in from from social media today. This is video coming in from a SIPCO up in North Birmingham, and that's your tornado. American Cast Iron and Pipe Company. It's just off I-65. And that guy just figured out, hey, that's a tornado, and he might want to go inside. But thanks to all for sending those in. Let's go back to the graphics full screen, and if we can maybe do the box where we can see all the elements together. There we go. We got Megan Thomas and Storm Chaser 3340. Is Megan still on the line with us, Angie, by any chance? Hey, Megan, tell us where you are and what you've got. And okay, I don't believe she's on the line with us now. We're going to go to Pam Huff for just a second for some updates from the news desk. Pam?
James, what we're hearing right now is power outages from Alabama Power, confirming right now some 12,000 customers without power in Midfield and Pratt City. That number obviously expected to rise as what you've been talking about. These tropical rains continue throughout this afternoon, but already 12,000 customers without power. And of course, this again in the western part of Jefferson County, where as everything you've been describing has been happening this afternoon.
Okay, Pam, thank you. And again, we're watching Megan Thomas and Storm Chaser 3340 in the upper left. We've got Bill Castle and Lauren Walsh in Fairfield in the lower left. And you can see that band of very, very heavy tropical rain moving into the Birmingham metro this afternoon. We stressed we have no active tornado warnings at this point. Let's take a look at another image here, if we can, coming off my iPad. These are all viewer-submitted images, and again, this is the damage. This is where Lauren Walsh is located, setting up. You can see Western Hills Mall right across Aaron Aronoff Drive, but that is damage to an ABC liquor store. We have damage to a KFC restaurant that's there, and damage to an Express oil change that's there. But the best news of all is that apparently all of the injuries so far have been minor, according to the police chief.
And James, did you hear also that fire station number 2?
Let's mic Pam up, Angie, if we can.
If you can hear me now. Yes.
We got you now. Thank you.
Also, Chief Dyer was saying that fire station number 2 in Fairfield has sustained significant damage as well. We did not have a camera on that right now. We have Fairfield's mayor with us right now. Let's listen.
So I'll ramble on this. I'll get to him.
Just amazed by the degree of damage in such a short period of time. I heard about it 1 second, the next thing I know, the ABC store is gone, and same thing with Express Oil Change and KFC. So a bit of relief, but at the same time, a bit of amazement as well that this all happened so quickly. But I was also, upon arriving, pleased to find that we've had a quick response. I wanted to thank not only our own fire department, but also the city of Midfield, city of Brighton, the state of Alabama, city of Birmingham, that all showed up before I was even able to get to the scene. The sheriff's department, state troopers were able to show up before I was able to get to the scene, and they got the situation under control very quickly. So all of those things just kind of hit me within a matter of seconds.
So what now?
Yes. So what is the biggest challenge you're facing?
Well, fortunately, the governor's aware of the situation, and she has already declared a state of emergency here. So our efforts at this point are to focus on the cleanup efforts, making sure the power is restored in a responsible time frame. Power is out within a certain part of the city. I'm not sure the range. I know on the side of town where City Hall is, it seems we still have power. But as soon as you leave from downtown, start going down Valley Avenue, I noticed the power. The power is out to the lights, and it was the same thing all the way up till you got to Aaron Aronoff. We had some power on those lights, but as soon as you turn on Aaron Aronoff, you know, we're dealing with the power outage situation again. So I'm hoping that the power company responds quickly, and that we're also able to bring in people to start with this cleanup effort that's going to be necessary. The first objective is to actually clear the streets and making sure that the streets are free of any obstructions right now, and then working with FEMA and other state agencies.
Do you have all you need now, Mr. Mayor?
Do we have all we need,
yes. Yes, sir.
Well, we need more prayer from the citizens and the community at large. We would like as much prayer for, although those people who are injured receive slight injuries, we still need to pray for them, their families, and the business owners that are also involved, as far as Express Oil Change and KFC and anybody else that has been affected by the power outage. Beyond that, we do need people who are willing to come in and either assist or volunteer with the cleanup effort. I do want to give a name of the Right Way Company here in Fairfield. It's an industrial temp agency that we're going to be utilizing at this point to try to see if we can hire some emergency cleanup people. We don't have a large street and sanitation department at this time, so we're going to have to contract with them for some temporary workers who can do some of the work. And their number is 205-529-1064. You can contact Dion Wright with Right Way Industrial Staffing. So
I take it you also want people to stay away from this area at least for a while.
Absolutely, yes. You see where it's blocked off So don't try to run the barriers that have been erected or across the tape. There are alternative ways to get around this area. Fortunately, this is the center of our commercial district, so with it being the center, there's always a way around if you need to get to any other areas, especially the housing part of Fairfield.
And speaking of the commercial district, you guys have big plans for this area.
Absolutely.
A lot of redevelopment plans. Is this an opportunity for, I guess, at least these businesses to come back bigger and better like you guys have plans for the rest of this area?
Absolutely. I want to go and talk to the owner of Express Oil Change, who's over there right now. First of all, to make sure that everybody there is safe, and to see what is needed and inform him of the cleanup effort that's going to take place, and also to encourage him to rebuild that business right here in Fairfield and make sure that he has what he needs from the city. And I want people to know that this is the type of service and response that you're going to get from the city of Fairfield. As you see, several of the council people have also come. They're standing right with me, Council President Penny McDowell, Taylor and Carnes, and this is the type of response that you'll get from the city of Fairfield, because we're concerned not only what goes on with our residential community, but also our business residents as well. And this is the type of city that you can have a relationship with and have a good business here in Fairfield.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you all for your time. All right.
We have been listening to Fairfield's mayor, Edward May II, there saying what they need right now is prayer. What they also need right now are people who are willing to come in on a temporary basis and help them with the cleanup. In case you didn't get that number, let me give it to you again. If you are one of those who would like to be hired on a temporary basis to go in and help with the cleanup in Fairfield, the number to call is 205-529-1064. You will speak with a person by the name of Dion Wright. Let's go now to Cynthia Gould, who is standing by in Ensley. Cynthia, what do you have there?
Well, Pam, we are just off Pike Road at Tire Tech, where they have had quite a bit of damage. We've got pieces of the roof here strewn all over the ground, across the street, fences down. And some of these big trucks here at this location were actually flipped on their side, including this one right here. A tow truck came in and turned it back upright. We've got a lot of lights out in the area. Just across the street, a big tree is down, power lines down everywhere. So everyone be careful if you're out and about. Try to stay home. I've got Bill joining me now with Tire Tech. First of all, you were here when this tornado roared through.
Yes.
What did you hear? What did you see?
Just started seeing debris falling and didn't really hear anything.
How many workers did you have on site, and did you all just quickly run inside?
About 35. No, they just ran whichever way they could.
And we're happy
We're divided up in so many different buildings, so.
Yeah, and we're fortunate to report Birmingham police, no injuries whatsoever. Talk about the damage to your business and the trucks here.
Well, it turned over this one truck. We got a trailer overturned. We've lost part of our roof. One corner of our building, you can see. On the other side of the building, we've got windows out, structural damage, air conditioner gone off the roof, that kind of stuff.
Do y'all prepare for emergencies like this, or was it kind of every man for himself?
It's kind of every man for himself there. It happened so quick. You know, we got the warnings on our phones and all that kind of stuff, and it just happened.
And so you guys weren't paying attention to the warnings and the watches coming through?
We were like talking about it, and it was there just that quick.
All right, and so kind of take us through the track of the storm. It looks like it hit here first and then went right across the interstate.
It came from that direction, and that's where the debris was coming from. And then I don't know, I was inside the building, and all I can tell you is it came in one door and came out this side.
So a little relieved, though, right now.
Yeah. Relieved that everybody's okay. We didn't have anybody hurt.
All right, Bill, good deal. Thanks for joining us. And again, we're going to be here throughout the evening monitoring this. The rain is just starting to sprinkle a bit. We're seeing dark clouds come in. So we're going to kind of be watching this weather very closely with these guys for this next band coming through. Pam, back to you.
And we're saying approximately 12,000 people right now, customers without power in Midfield and Pratt City. The biggest news, James, the best news that has come out of all of this afternoon, we have some minor injuries, but no deaths, no serious injuries from all of these storms this afternoon.
Absolutely. And again, what you're looking at, thank you. If you can look at the radar, you can see these very, very heavy tropical rain bands coming into Birmingham from the west. But the encouraging news, we have not had any tornado signatures on radar here in about the past 30 or 45 minutes. We have been concerned about this day for a while. A landfalling tropical system on the Texas-Louisiana border historically has brought a lot of tornadoes here, and we've just had a lot of problems with that. And sure enough, we've had them today. But again, for the last 45 minutes, we have not had any tornado warnings. We're watching the velocity displays very, very carefully. But again, at this point, Pam, we're in good shape, so that's a good thing. And I've got a whole bunch of pictures we'll be showing here over the next couple of hours. I mean, I've got probably 3,000 videos and images.
If we can right now, though, James, let's go to Vinton Blandon, who also is in Fairfield. Vinton, you are at a different location than where Lauren Walsh was. Tell us what you're finding.
Pam, I have moved down probably just 4 or 5 houses down in the 7100 block of Pine Tree Lane. That's where the other damage was. I'm now on the other side, and let me show you what I'm looking at. Right here, you can see it. This is one of those trees that have toppled. This is straight from the base. The stump is completely out of the ground, and on it, you can see right here, I'm being very careful here because these are power lines or telephone lines. These are coming down off the trees. One of the meter boxes is down on the ground, and even down in here you can see some more power lines up this way. We have some power lines down here. Now here's the big thing that got my attention, because again, I was on the other side with Patrick and our intern, and they noticed this, and we walked around and we saw this. This is a telephone pole. It is stretched from one side completely from its base over all the way to the other side. In fact, you can see some damage. Now again, we need to be very careful here. It's completely on the ground. We can see this house here. It looks like whatever it was, it just kind of hit everything on Pine Tree Lane. And let me get this gentleman here, Arthur Fisher Senior. It's been a while since I've talked to you, sir. Tell me, you've been inside your house. It's just a couple of houses now from here.
Yes,
what was the experience like for you?
Well, I was sitting in my bedroom at the time looking at TV, and I heard the wind coming from the rear of the house. And then I got up and I looked out, the trees were swaying back and forth, and so it was pretty scary. It's an experience I never felt before in my life. I mean, I was born and raised in Inslee, and we lived through the floods and all, but never nothing like this. It sounded like a horn, woo, sort of like that, and it was gone, just that fast.
And you say you've been around a while, so you've seen some storms, some
Yes,
floods,
sir.
whatever the case may be.
Yes,
Talk
sir.
about, compare it to me. This compared to all of that.
Well, the other storm I seen was just thunderstorms, where a lot of rain was, but I never heard a sound like that before. And that's the scary part about it. When I heard that sound coming, I knew it was a tornado. But I didn't see it because I ducked down on the floor, and then after, it was only here maybe, I would say 10, 15 seconds. It was gone that fast.
That fast.
Yes,
now,
sir.
fortunately, I've not heard of any injuries in this particular area of Fairfield. Talk
Yes, sir.
about the damage. We see it here. What about down there near your house?
Well, I walked around the corner, sir, right around the corner here. There's a KFC around there. Top of the state store down to flat. It's flat. And it was pretty scary because I was hoping somebody would live through it because everything is flat on the ground, just like this pavement is.
Okay, Mr. Fisher, thank you. Be safe. And
Yes,
again,
sir.
we remain in the 7100 block of Pine Tree Lane. This is just a couple of blocks over from Aaron Aronoff. And I want to tell you, we've been stuck here for quite some time. We've seen a lot of people. A lot of folks are afraid. They're trying to ask me the questions. I'm not able to give it to them exactly. I'm trying to share the information on our weather app. But a lot of folks are coming off from that area a couple blocks away, speeding down through here. And boom, they get to this tree and they're stuck. And then that causes a traffic jam. So people, if you're listening to this, whether we're on the TV or on the radio, do not come down in this area. It's best to stay away. If you got some people in another area, just get out of Fairfield. A lot of the emergency responders are a couple of blocks over. We hear the police sirens. I can't make them out. We hear the fire trucks. There's a lot of noise a few blocks away. Just stay safe and stay out of people's way. Reporting live in Fairfield, Vincent Bland at ABC 3340 News.
Vinton, if I can ask you a quick question, have you heard anything about damage, significant damage at fire station number 2 in Fairfield? Chief Dyer mentioned that a moment ago, and that is all that we know. Have you heard anything else?
Pam, that's all I know. We started making our way over here about 12:45, and whatever time it is, we still hadn't got there because this is the street that the fire station is on. When we first came to you a few minutes, wow, I can't even see behind that tree, but we were on the other side of that tree, farther up on Pine Tree Hill, and we didn't see the tree until we got here. So we had to walk around and get down to the fire department. So eventually in between these reports, I'm going to make our way, walk down, but we're probably going to have to walk it and not drive to it. But we hear that it is damaged. I've not seen it. Pam,
All right.
that's about it.
We appreciate that, Venton. Venton Blandon reporting live in Fairfield from the 7100 block of Pine Tree Lane, where, once again, if you're just now joining us, the time is 2:19. We know that 3 businesses in Fairfield have been destroyed. That is the ABC store, the KFC, and the Express All. All 3 of those stores just very, very near Western Hills Mall. We heard from the mayor a few moments ago, Mayor Edward May, who was saying right now he understands they have only minor injuries. He does expect these businesses to want to rebuild there. This was in an area of Fairfield that they had sort of marked to say, let's have some bigger, newer development. This is a central part to Fairfield. And he is asking right now if anyone out there would like to do some temporary work to help clear what is now a major mess in Fairfield. He wants us to give out this number and this person's name. Write it down if you're interested, and you can do this. The person's name is Dion Wright. That is Dion Wright. You can contact Dion Wright at 205-529-1064. Fairfield does not have a huge public works department. They're going to need some people now who can come in and help them. They are being assisted this afternoon by Birmingham, by Midfield. Several other groups have come in to help, but they're going to need a whole lot more. But again, the best news coming out of all of this afternoon, only minor damage, only minor injuries to report, even though we have seen significant damage. James?
Let's go back to the graphics full screen if we can. And we stress a lot of times when you see us on television, we're here because of tornado warnings. We have not had a tornado warning in about 45 minutes or 1 hour, which is a very good thing. But we have potential. We have a tornado watch for basically all of our television market area for the rest of this afternoon, with these feeder bands coming around the east side of Tropical Depression Cindy. And we have the dual threat of isolated tornadoes and flooding. And understand flooding is also a big problem as well. So let's go to some of the images coming off the iPad. These are videos from our viewers. And again, we've just got so many of these. This was taken from Inslee earlier today, and this was the tornado that has caused all the damage you've been seeing. This touched down initially down toward McCalla, then came up through Fairfield, and there's a chance that it was down, got up, came back down again. These tropical tornadoes are typically short-lived. They come and they go very quickly. But again, that is one of many videos we've seen of this thing today. We watched it, in fact, live on our Children's of Alabama Skycam, all of the Skycams on top of some of the big buildings in downtown Birmingham today. But again, that's exactly what our friends were dealing with. And this is a reminder, a tornado does not have to be an EF4 or an EF5 to produce extensive damage and cause problems. And we're very thankful that nobody was injured seriously, Pam. And again, correct me if I'm wrong, all minor injuries.
All minor injuries.
Which is just absolutely remarkable. So again, this is a shelf cloud associated with the storm that's on the leading edge of this thing. The storm's had amazing structure today, and in this tropical air, you can oftentimes see things. And we're just taking some videos live. And again, thanks to everybody for taking the time to send these to me. That's obviously taken from downtown Birmingham. That's the AT&T building there on the right, and that's when the tornado was passing just north of downtown Birmingham. But so many of these have been coming in. We'll take another look. This is from downtown Birmingham. And again, there we go. This was some pretty remarkable stuff earlier today. This was taken from ASIPCO, American Cast Iron and Pipe Company. Again, that's in North Birmingham, just off Interstate 65. And you can see the tornado apparently at that point more than likely was still down. And understand there could be some damage that we actually just don't know about today. This is taken from the railroad yard in Fairfield. And this obviously is very close to where the damage occurred. And again, you don't have to see a tornado for it to be down. There's not always this perfect condensation funnel. It's not going to be the wedge look, the stovepipe look. Sometimes it's down and you can't see it. But again, very clearly that is down. And again, this was all taken earlier this afternoon as this tornado came through the western suburbs of Birmingham, specifically the hardest hit areas so far, Fairfield and Inslee. We've had residential areas affected by this. We have had, obviously, some businesses affected like this. And again, this is another shot of that lowering you can see there. And we're just taking a look at some of these images. We've had hundreds of these things today.
James, if I can,
yes.
If I can just comment here as we're going. We heard from Bill at Tire Tech a few moments ago in Inslee. He said he and his 35 workers had been watching, had heard the reports, and he said it was upon them within a second. And I think that's what you've been describing this afternoon, that it's so difficult to say and track these as you would a spring tornado.
Right. Yeah. And with these things, Pam, you are going to have in some cases maybe no warning at all. And I would suggest for our friends at the Express Oil Change, the ABC store, KFC, there's a good chance they had no warning. What happened, we started seeing the circulation that was in northern Bibb County. It was very broad circulation. And the problem is, Pam, if you issue a warning for every broad circulation, you'll have 95% of your warnings false, and then nobody will listen.
Exactly.
But once you see that tight circulation, it's down. And by the time the warning goes out and everything happens, then you know, the first damage has been done, and that's the problem we have with these things. So again, it's a situation where on a day like today, we're certainly encouraging folks to understand the fact that this is not like spring and fall with these large tornadoes where we can often give you 30, 40 minutes notice here. Let's take Megan's live stream if we can. Megan is now in the damaged area, and she's got a lot of rain falling in that windshield. That feeder band is coming in there right now. But again, I don't see Megan. Are you on the phone with us now by any chance? Okay, she's not. But again, that's a look at the damage. Let's go back to some of the images coming in. These are all viewer-submitted images via the various social media networks, and I can't thank you enough for these. And as I say often, it's our window to the world. With everybody with a camera phone now, it's pretty remarkable how we can see these. And again, that's the tornado that came through Fairfield earlier today. And again, this is some of the damage you can see here. This obviously is... I believe that's the ABC store or Express Oil Change. But again, just to give you some reference, off in the distance, that is the Western Hills Mall property out in Fairfield. So again, it's around Aronoff Drive. And this is from the Express Oil Change. And again, that's a look right after this happened. And we're very thankful that nobody was seriously injured. And again, we understand that the corporate office from Express Oil Change tweeted out that they have no injuries at their place, which is remarkable, Pam. You consider that, and
to walk away from that.
Right, you're living right.
You're living right.
Again, this is some more damage from the Express Oil Change, and again, it's just we are very blessed that we've had no reports of any fatalities today. This is a view coming from St. Vincent's, Birmingham, right off the Red Mountain Expressway. And again, at that point, it still looks like that thing might be close to being down just north of downtown Birmingham. We had all the video coming from ASIPCO, American Cast Iron Pipe Company, but I've not heard of any damage up around Forestdale or Fultondale or places like that. Again, we'll get some more. By the way, that I'm not going to show that on the air, but that little receipt there that was from the ABC store, that receipt was found in Forestdale. So the paper blew from Fairfield, that little receipt, all the way up to Forestdale, which I thought was very interesting. That's a shot, obviously, from Red Mountain. And again, this is a shot of that same supercell thunder. Let's say supercell. These are tropical in nature. It's a hybrid. This is a whole different kind of situation. And like I talked about, these are low top. There's not much thunder and lightning. There's a little bit, but not very much. And again, that's coming from Birmingham Southern, Pam. I can see the football field.
Sure.
That thing is right by Interstate 5920.
That must have been just as it passed over right before it hit in Fairfield.
It just came through Fairfield. It was coming just north of Birmingham Southern and just north of Interstate 5920. And obviously, we're very fortunate that Birmingham Southern is okay. That I've heard of no damage from the campus, and obviously the tornado there is located to the north of the campus.
And James, you've been talking this, and you're calling these tropical tornadoes, and explaining why you earlier this week did not really care about the trajectory path of where it was going to make landfall. You said that's not the important part right now. And what we are seeing today is what you had said could very easily happen.
We've got the biggest impact of anybody. Right here in Alabama. And if you focused on that center line, that thing went into the Texas-Louisiana border. It is of no meaning for us. Other than the fact that that is an historical place where landfalling hurricanes go, tropical systems like this, tropical storms, that put down a lot of these tornadoes like this. The examples were Danny in 1985. I was in Dallas back then, but you guys worked that. That was horrible. I watched it from Texas, and it was unbelievable how many tornadoes we had with that. We had Hurricane Rita that came in that same place, and we had all kind of tornadoes from that as well. So again, I'm going to scroll through, and again, this is from the heliport at UAB, downtown Birmingham.
Wow.
And again, you know, what can you say? Pretty visible today. A lot of times these are totally rain-wrapped, these tropical tornadoes. And again, I want to stress that while you're watching this, we do not have any tornado warnings. If we had tornado warnings, we would be focusing on that. We have tropical rain bands and potential for flooding, but at this moment, we don't have any tornado warnings, and that's the reason that we're showing you a lot of these viewer-submitted images here. Again, this is some image, looks like from a stopped interstate highway, these ragged cloud bases. And if you watch this live, you know, we had set up for this. This was, I had a funny feeling that we were going to have a problem with this, and we were sitting here just waiting to go on the air. And I think we went on the air a little after 12:15 or 12:20 this afternoon. This is Inslee by Bush Boulevard. That's along Interstate 5920. Again, looking back into that, and again, the worst possible place to be is trapped in a car. Now, that's working right there. That's working for me. That is working for me. That's what you do.
Oh, look at that.
That's what you do.
They've listened.
Let me tell you what now. We can take you to school on this. That's what you do when you're under a tornado warning Polygon. Respect that sucker. You get everybody with a helmet, and they're in a small room, bathroom, with helmets. Can't beat that. This is taken from Children's of Alabama. And again, you can see Regents Field down below. And again, that's looks like it's still down at that point. This is more video of that tornado that came through Inslee and Fairfield earlier today.
If we can show, I don't know if we have it, if our producers can bring it up, but just the impact just in Inslee, they had huge trucks just overturned, flipped over. Lights were down immediately, and look at the size of those trucks. And one of them they've already righted again, but there's structural damage to the building, windows blown out, trucks turned over, and yet the 35 people who work there, that is at Tire Tech, walked away. They're all okay.
Yeah, we have been very blessed today in that we've not had serious injuries. We have not had loss of life. Again, that's an image coming from the same spot. This is where Bill Castle and Lauren have been set up, the KFC and the Express Oil Change out in Fairfield. That was a still shot taken from there earlier today. Let's go to the graphics again. Just wanted to show you weather conditions very quickly. Again, we've got tropical feeder bands on the east side of Cindy wrapping up in here. No indication of tornadoes now. Heaviest rain falling a little west of Birmingham, a little east of Birmingham. And by chance, if it's not raining where you are now, the rain will be picking up again soon. Where you see those shades of red, those reflectivity values of 45, 50 dBz or higher, you could easily have some flooding problems going on here. It's just going to be a day with the dual threat of flooding and isolated tornadoes. But the encouraging thing, I have not heard of any major flooding. We've had some minor flooding issues here. Let's go back to some of the viewer images if we can real quick. This was taken from downtown Birmingham, and again, I can see Legacy Arena, the BJCC down below, and that's when it's coming through. It had crossed over I-65 and was passing north of downtown Birmingham. I've not heard of any damage up in there. That thing might have been aloft as a funnel cloud at that point. But still a very scary scene coming from downtown Birmingham earlier today. Want to stress, this is not over. Understand we could have a few more of these. And we talked about this on the radio and on television and on the blog. It's like whack-a-mole. These things pop up, they go away. And they're very hard to warn for, and they're challenging for all of us in the science, but we know they happen. These tornadoes and spiral rain bands with tropical systems, even weak, disorganized ones. In fact, I would suggest we often have more tornadoes with these weaker systems than sometimes these powerful hurricanes on the east side of the circulation center. But that's what it looked like coming from downtown Birmingham earlier today. And again, you can clearly see the reference point there with the BJCC and Legacy Arena. Let's go back over to Megan's live cam. I don't think we have Megan on the phone with us. Megan is in Storm Chaser at 3340. And again, she is located over in Fairfield where we have all of the damage, just kind of positioning herself for the next possible tornado that she will be looking for at that live cam. Another video coming from our user-generated videos here. This is all coming from social media. This was taken from, I want to say, Fultondale earlier today, and that's that thing coming out of Fairfield, and it still looks like it might be down. You really don't know. It might be aloft as a funnel cloud, but clearly that's a well-defined funnel cloud or tornado that came through. And we'll go through all these videos. And again, I can't thank you enough for sending these to us. We've got cameras in a lot of places, but you can't have have cameras everywhere. With almost everybody having a phone these days, we literally do have cameras everywhere. And with the social media platforms we have, the ease of communication, it makes it so easier. So again, that was taken from Fultondale earlier today. Now, this was taken from Chelsea, I think. This is not from Chelsea. That's Interstate 5920. This is out in the western part of Birmingham. But the same thing. Again, you can clearly see that we've got either a tornado or funnel cloud there, and you can see people pulling over. That's not the best option. And again, I appreciate the thought of stopping, and I guess that is an option, of course, but the option is to get off in an exit and try and go into a restaurant or a convenience store. But, you know, in some cases, you just don't have the option. But what they've done, they saw the tornado and they pulled over on the interstate on the right there. And the worst possible thing to do, the last option, is to keep on driving into that. And again, you can see a lot of people are seeing it. They're putting on their brake lights and pulling over, which is certainly the right thing to do. Again, this was taken from American Cast Iron Pipe Company, a SIPCO, North Birmingham. You can see the what still could be a tornado down at that point coming through that part of the city. And a couple more, we'll kind of go back to the triple box with all of the damage going on here. Let's take Megan's camera if we can real quick. Looks like Megan, and I still don't think we have her live feed at this point.
She's either getting out or getting back in.
Right, okay. So let's go back to the graphics full screen. We'll take that. Again, we are in live coverage this afternoon. We've had significant tornado damage in the western part of Birmingham. It's 2:35 Central Time. We are going to stay with this afternoon because of the serious nature of what has happened, the potential for more problems we could have today with flash flooding and isolated tornadoes. And I will assure you that while I'm watching all the media coming in on social media today, the videos and the images, we're watching the velocity products like a hawk. And for now, we do not see any evidence of a tornado. The biggest issue, it's the potential for flooding, I would say, at this point. But again, I want folks to understand that we might have another tornado, another small isolated tornado. I want to go to some video, if we can, off my source. Again, this is video that was generated earlier today. This was when this thing started to form. This was in, I can tell exactly where they are. That's off Interstate 1 on Interstate 4, exit 1 on Interstate 459. That's at Target. There's a Publix over there, Full Moon Barbecue, Chick-fil-A, I forget the name of that shopping center. I drive by that thing so often, but this is when this thing was forming. This was the genesis of this earlier this afternoon. And again, we started hearing some reports of some damage out there, but I've not heard of any over the last couple of hours. So it seems like the damage was maximized perhaps in Fairfield and Inslee. But this is the genesis of this. This is where it really started. And again, that is the lowering that would ultimately drop a tornado. And it's spinning like a top, and that might be down even at that point. But that would be out toward Bessemer and McAdory High School. And again, that's right off Interstate 459 at exit 1. So let's now go back to the radar, our graphic system. If you're joining us here, we're going to stay with this because of the potential for isolated tornadoes and flash flooding today. We should point out the Weather Service in Birmingham has posted a flood advisory for parts of Tuscaloosa, Bibb, and Jefferson counties until 5:30 this afternoon. That is not the same as a flash flood warning, but still that means we could see some issues with flooding on roads. Yeah, the Colonial Promenade, I knew that. There we go. Well, actually, no, that's the one in Fultondale. Well, what's the one called out there on 459? That's going to drive me crazy. Somebody hit me up on the Twitter. The one, the shopping center with the Target, the Publix out there in 459. See, when you get as old as I am, I can remember tornado events from 1932, but I can't remember the name of the shopping center you drive by every day. But anyway, that's where that video came from earlier today. So let's go to the watches and warnings. I want to show that we've got a tornado watch in effect for the counties in yellow. For the rest of the afternoon. In fact, let's take a look at the expiration time on that watch. I want to say it's probably 5 o'clock or so this afternoon. The bottom line is, there we go, it's in effect until 10 o'clock tonight, 10 p.m. So we have the possibility of tornadoes in the tornado watch area until 10 o'clock tonight. The tornado watch includes Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Anniston, Gadsden, Aniana, Jasper, Fayette. It includes Utah, Greensboro, Brent, Centerville, Clanton, Talladega, Sylacauga, Columbiana, Ashland, Lineville, Alexander City, Rockford, Marion, Demopolis, Selma, Montgomery. And counties on down to the south, we have a flash flood warning for many counties down in South Alabama, basically from Wilcox, Butler counties all the way down to Mobile and Baldwin counties. I-65 is pretty much in a flash flood warning all the way from just north of Greenville at the Lowndes County line all the way down to the intersection with Interstate 10 in downtown Mobile, the maroon shades. That's not a tornado warning. That's a whole bunch of flash flood warnings issued by the Weather Service in Mobile. And you can see the tornado watch extends well back into Mississippi and into eastern Louisiana. But at this moment, we don't have any active tornado warnings in effect. Tannehill Promenade. I knew it. Now, I've got like 50 answers. Thank you. The Twitter army is the greatest. So I do want to look at one circulation here. Let's go to the high-res radar, and you can see what we're looking at right there. All right. Now, this is, like I told you, we're going to see dozens of these today. And most of them, they won't develop into a tornado, but some of them could. This is near the Bibb-Shelby County line, and that will be ultimately moving up into far western Shelby County. So again, you've got this circulation right here, kind of coming up this way. Helena, Pelham, Alabaster is here. That's Interstate 459 right up there. So just something to watch. There's no warning here, but again, that is the best circulation we have seen on the velocity display in a while, and we'll keep an eye on that. So let's go back to we'll leave the graphics up, and what I'm going to do is show the radar. And while we do that, let's go to Jim Coker. Jim is the Emergency Management Agency Director, the EMA for Jefferson County. And Jim, it's been a rough ride this afternoon.
No, it's been a very interesting afternoon. You're right. It's been rough.
So tell us about the county itself. We've seen some of all the videos coming from Fairfield and Inslee. Tell us about the damage that you know of and the extent of the injuries.
Well, we're looking at probably the same damage reports that you are from the National Weather Service, and it looks like it was localized mostly in the Fairfield area. But a couple of things, James, if you don't mind, I'd like to emphasize.
Yeah, and Jim, I'm sorry, while you're talking, I'm going to have Megan's, she's got the camera out. Megan, if we take her camera, Jim, you go ahead. We're going to let people look at the damage while you talk.
Okay. I would really like to emphasize that the responders are very busy right now, and please stay out of the area and let them take care of their job. Second is something that you and I have talked about many, many times, and that's have multiple ways to get warnings. Don't rely on sirens. Sirens are one tool in the toolbox, but that is not the only way. And we really, really want you to have multiple ways because that gives you more time to make a critical decision.
Okay, and Jim, have you heard of any damage north of downtown Birmingham? I have not. From Fultondale?
No, sir, I have not.
And, you know, it's amazing. We saw a lot of video coming from Sipco and downtown Birmingham looking north of downtown up toward, Fultondale and North Birmingham, but I've not heard of anything up that way as well. Tell us any flooding issues that you know of in the county.
This is something we're watching closely. We've had a lot of rain, more rain is expected, and we have a lot of areas around the county that typically flood, and this is one reason that we do emphasize the National Weather Service message, turn around, don't drown. If you see flood areas, find another route. Don't take that risk. Not worth it.
Absolutely. Jim Coker, thank you a lot to know you're busy, and thank you for the information today. Jim Coker of the Jefferson County EMA. And again, we're looking at these huge vehicles that have been overturned by a tornado earlier today.
This one was in Inslee, James. This one is in Inslee. They're just flipping it up. The good news about this, there's no fuel inside of it. So they've been able to bring that back up. And this, again, is out in Inslee. This is at Tire Tech. Dave Baird is joining us now as well.
And that a very fortunate thing. If that thing had been full of fuel, they'd have had a hazmat situation. Exactly. We'd have had a lot of problems
and
here.
They might not have flipped it back as quickly or as easily.
May not have been able to at this point.
Some 35 workers out there, not one person injured, but boy, as they were describing, it was up on them within a second. And they said they had been watching and listening to the weather, and all of a sudden, they were the ones who were right smack dab in the middle of it.
And the damage just shocking, but so far we're hearing only minor injuries. So all good news there. James, I was wondering, you know, you've been warning us about these possible spin-up tornadoes. Is this thing bigger than just the usual that you have with this kind of system?
Yeah, and Dave, let me interrupt you. We got a tornado warning now issued by the National Weather Service in Birmingham. This is going to be for that cell that is down in Bibb County. This is going to be for Shelby and Jefferson until 3:30. So what I'm going to do is stop the radar, and you're going to hear a lot of tones going off here, a lot of phones going off. This is our warning. And please understand, this is the Polygon. Respect the Polygon. If you're in the Polygon, you do something, and if you're not, don't worry about it. You're going to be hearing sirens, or you might hear something 50 miles away from this warning. Let me talk you through who's in the warning. This is for parts of Shelby and Jefferson. In terms of the highly populated areas, this includes the city of Helena and a pretty good chunk of the city of Pelham. So if you are in Pelham or Helena, you need to go to a safe place right now. This also includes Pea Ridge, the areas down to the west of Montevallo. This does not include Alabaster, but it does include Helena and Pelham. In Jefferson County, this includes Interstate 459, Morgan Road, where it intersects the community of Greenwood around the schools there. Parkwood, it includes parts of the Oxmoor Valley. But again, this tornado warning Polygon does include Interstate 459. Nobody should be driving along Interstate 459 at this point between Exit 1, the Tannehill Promenade, and Alabama Highway 150. This does include the far, far western and southern part of Hoover. If you live in Trace Crossings, you are involved in this. Trace Crossings is about the main part of Hoover that is in this warning. This does include the neighborhoods of South Shades Crest Road. If you live in any of those neighborhoods, South Shades Crest Road, south of Interstate 459, like Russet Woods, you need to be in a safe place as this circulation is coming out of Bibb County, and it is very tight. So this is a tornado warning for the western part of Shelby County and the far southwestern part of Jefferson County for the part we're talking about. And let's go now to the high-res radar, and I'll just show you. We got a very, very tight couplet right here. The very strong indication of a radar on radar. And you know what? Just as we got the next volume scan, the velocities went right back down. I mean, it looked really good 5 minutes ago, and now it's pulsed back down again, but it could pulse right back up. And we all know that based on what we have seen today in the history, you got to take these things seriously. So let me put the radar data back on here, back on our graphic system. And again, you can see why we got to work with the velocity. If you work with reflectivity, which is what this is, you can't see anything. You would have no idea we got a tornado going on here. You've got to work with the velocity display, and that's what we've got. So again, we'll kind of be working with both the velocity and the reflectivity. Megan Thomas is on her way down toward this, and but again, now you've got you're looking at the damage from earlier tornadoes in the upper left. Megan Thomas's live stream, she'll be intercepting this storm in the lower left, and you've got the radar you can see. And let's go to the high resolution radar in that big box we can, Monroe. We'll leave the triple box up, and again, you can kind of see the ID. In fact, let me time lapse this thing, and you can see how it really flares. Watch it flare. Boom, right there. I mean, we saw an extreme velocity peak about 5 minutes ago, and it's come right back down. Whack-a-mole city. This thing might have been down for a couple of minutes. Could it be off the ground now? Yes, but just don't take the chance. So again, this is tornado warning for far western Shelby County. This includes parts of the city of Pelham, all of the city of Helena. This includes the far, far, far southwest part of Hoover, specifically around Trace Crossings and South Shades Crest Road. If you live in those neighborhoods of Hoover, you're in this warning Polygon. It includes the Bessemer Airport, Morgan Road near Interstate 459. If you are in any of these places we're talking about, what you want to do right now is go to a small room on the lowest floor near the center, away from windows. We obviously do not want anybody in a car. We don't want anybody in a mobile home. If you're in a mobile home in that area, you have to get out and go to a more significant structure as part of your tornado plan. We hope the Weather Service will cancel this here in a few minutes because, again, the velocity couplet is just kind of going away. But again, right now, you've got to take this thing seriously based on what has happened earlier today. You're looking at all this damage we've been showing you today, and you don't want to be in a situation where you're caught in that. So small room, lowest floor, near the center, away from windows, and that's our call to action. Let's put our graphic system back in that in the big box, Monroe. And again, that's your Polygon. So let me just kind of walk you through this here, show you some of the neighborhoods involved in this. You can see Shelby County Highway 52 runs through Helena. Then it comes out and runs over and becomes Morgan Road. Shelby County Highway 13, that runs from Highway 52 back over to Green Pond. Anybody down Shelby County Highway 13, you are involved in this tornado warning. It does not include Green Pond. Green Pond is over into Bibb County. This, again, includes the southern, far southwest part of Hoover. Trace Crossings, the neighborhoods on South Shades Crest Road. It includes all of the city of Helena. You should be in a safe place if you're in Helena, the far western part of Pelham. And the end of the Polygon is right about Alabama 119 and US 31. ABC 3340 is up in River Chase. This does not include us, so our folks here in the building, they're okay. So that's the current tornado warning Polygon. This is the one we have in the state right now. This is for far western Shelby County and the extreme southwestern corner of Jefferson County for what could be a tornado passing through. At one point, we did have a TDS on radar west of Maylene, and a TDS is a tornado debris signature. In fact, what I'll do, let's pop the high-resolution radar back in that big box. I'll go to a product called correlation coefficient, and this is where the radar can pretty much pick out a feature that's different from precipitation targets that might be debris being lofted. And what you want to do is kind of look right in through here, and let's see if we see any big negative that pops up. And looked like for one scan we maybe saw something right in through here, but that is very noisy. Yeah, it was right in through here, which was, again, west of Maylene, but the TDS is off the board right now. So we'll go back to the velocity display, which is the one that will probably stay on most of the time today. We'll clear off my doodling. And, again, that's pretty broad. So we've gone from a very tight circulation with a TDS. And, again, I can tell you now the original tornado is dissipated. But the Weather Service notes that there is a new circulation trying to form down here within the Polygon. And they're going to leave the tornado warning up for now. So the warning will continue for far western Shelby and extreme southwest Jefferson counties. These things are problematic. I mean, this is different from what we do in March, April, May, November, December. Radically different structure, different meteorology, different dynamics into play here. But again, it's just a situation where if you're in a Polygon, you need to do something. That's basically all that you need to know. And again, you're looking at damage in the top. If you're just joining us from earlier tornadoes that came through some of the western suburbs of Birmingham, Fairfield, Inslee, which is in the city of Birmingham itself. Again, it's been a very rough ride. We have had no serious injuries despite that severe damage. But again, it's something you've got to take seriously. So we are now with a tornado warning for the extreme western part of Shelby County, southwestern Jefferson. We'll put Megan's stream back in that lower left-hand box where we got the Polygon. And again, Megan is on her way to intercept this storm. And quite frankly, we really don't have at this point strong evidence of a tornado there. And if it continues, I would imagine the Weather Service will probably cancel the warning maybe by 3 o'clock. The warning is scheduled to go until 3:30. I don't think that's going to happen. Most tropical tornadoes and spiral rain bands coming around tropical systems like this produce tornadoes that maybe last, in some cases, 3, 4, 5 minutes and they're gone. That first tornado, the one that caused all that damage, was probably there for about 15 minutes today. But the ones we have seen since then have been the more typical short-lived type tornadoes. So again, we're just going to keep watching the velocity display and see if we can get that second rotation spinning up. But at this point, it looks like we don't have a strong signature. But still, until we give you an all clear, stay in your safe place. And don't forget, in your safe place, we do like those helmets. We can show you many studies that prove it by wearing a bicycle helmet, a bedding helmet. That makes you much safer during a tornado. Head injuries, a leading cause of death in tornadoes. And a helmet, it's not that expensive. If you have kids, you've got those things lying around. And it's for everybody, not just kids. It's for adults, too. Might look silly, but every human life is precious. So in your safe place, we encourage people to have helmets on. Small room. It's a hallway, closet, bathroom, lowest floor. You do not have to be underground. And you don't get in your car and drive unless you live in a mobile home. And you've got to go to a more substantial shelter. And the problem with mobile home residents on a day like today, with these tropical type tornadoes, we often can give you maybe a minute or two warning, maybe 5 minutes, and in some cases, no warning. You've got to be ready to move and move in a hurry. But again, at this point, we're watching very carefully the velocity display you're seeing there on the right, Megan's live stream, and so far so good. We do not have any strong evidence of circulation at this point, but we're still watching that new area of circulation that's forming right there, and you've got to keep this. In fact, that is ramped up a little bit. You can see how the original circulation that was down here, that one's going to move in there and just kind of dissipate, but the new one is kind of taking over. So the new circulation is going to be the one to watch, and this is still right here within that tornado warning polygon. And this is right now straddling the Jefferson-Shelby County line. This thing is, if we got something going on here, it's going to be not that far from Shelby County Highway 13 and South Shades Crest Road, the far, far southern part of South Shades Crest Road. And that's kind of moving up in the direction. It looks like it just might want to hug South Shades Crest Road. I'm not saying it's going to go right down that road, but that's kind of a guideline of where this might be going if this thing stays in there. So obviously everybody in the neighborhoods around South Shades Crest, all the way from the far southern part of South Shades Crest, down just off County Road 13, back up toward Russet Woods, South Shades Crest Elementary School, and Interstate 459, you certainly want to be in a safe place. Everybody in the city of Helena, especially the western part, more than likely this will not affect the city of Pelham, but again, if you are west of I-65 and live in the Pelham city limits, I would advise that you be in a safe place. If you're in Hoover, I would advise be in a safe place if you live in Trace Crossings, and again, those neighborhoods down South Shades Crest Road. And we'll see if this other circulation can increase and become dominant. The Weather Service also watching another circulation down in Tallapoosa County that could go tornadic any moment, but that is in the Montgomery television market, so we're going to stay focused on this one. So you're watching a potential tornadic circulation now that is in the far western, really straddling the Jefferson-Shelby County line. And we're simulcasting on Summit Media, our radio partners, WZZK, 104.7, also 97.3 Play, all their stations. So thanks to them for joining us, and we can reach people in cars so effectively that way. If you're just joining us by radio or television, we have a tornado warning for far western Shelby County and the southwestern corner of Jefferson County. Some of the communities involved in this thing, they just canceled it. All right. So it looks that the Weather Service, based on the lack of reports and the fact that that new circulation, and I will admit it doesn't look that good. It flared for a minute. Now it's gotten very broad. They believe there's nothing there, and there's nothing there now. So the Weather Service in Birmingham has canceled the tornado warning for Shelby and Jefferson. Gerald Satterwhite is on duty down at the National Weather Service. He thinks the upstream wind surge doesn't appear that it will produce another brief tornado. So for now, that polygon is off the board. So that's the good news. So if you are in, if you've been in your tornado safe place in Trace Crossing, South Shades Crest Road neighborhoods, Helena, you can come out of the pit. It's the danger from this one is past. Could there be another one? Absolutely. I can't tell you when. I can't tell you where. But there clearly could be another one. So at this point, we have no active warnings. Kind of pan down and show you the circulation in Tallapoosa County that they're concerned about. And while we've got the velocity up, and it's this one right here, that is kind of straddling the Coosa-Tallapoosa County line, moving up like this. And now we got a tornado warning for Clay and Tallapoosa counties for that circulation. And actually, that's not the one they're warning for. It's this one right here. I mean, that thing looks very impressive. Wow. So let's go to put the graphic system in our big box on the right. Let me show you the Polygon warning, who's in and who's out. This is a tornado warning for Tallapoosa County and Clay. This does not include the city of Alexander City. This tornado circulation is north of Alexander City and moving away. All right, so let me make that perfectly clear. This is not going to affect Alexander City. It is going to affect the northern part of Tallapoosa County. New Site is not in this thing, but Highway 49 is, from Goldville back up to Mellow Valley. And in Clay County, it's one of these odd situations where Lineville is in the Polygon warning, Ashland is not. And as you know, those are the two biggest communities in Clay County. They're kind of side by side, and you can see that red line is splitting the two towns in half. So if you are in Lineville, you are in a tornado warning. If you are in Ashland, you are not. And if you feel like you need to do something, and if you're in Ashland to be in a safe place, you go right ahead. But again, the Polygon warning itself includes Cragford, Lineville, Mellow Valley. Nobody should be driving along Highway 49, Alabama Highway 49, Alabama Highway 77, And again, you can see that goes down into Tallapoosa County. So that is the one tornado warning polygon we have now. Let's go back and put the high-def radar in that big box. And that is a very, very impressive circulation. I might suggest this is perhaps the best circulation center we have seen on radar all afternoon. This looks even better than the one that dropped the tornado out in Fairfield. And let me animate that, and we'll kind of see the history of this thing. And that circulation came right on top of Alexander City. You can see it crossed Highway 280 coming over Alexander City. There was no warning at that point, and I've heard of no damage from Alexander City, but now it's continuing, moving to the northeast, and it's racing. These things are screaming along today, and that'll be crossing over into Clay County shortly. So if you're in Clay County in the community of Lineville, Mellow Valley, Cragford, you need to be in a safe place right now. Same routine, small room, lowest floor near the center and away from windows. This is a very dangerous storm, and again, you're looking at damage cleanup in the upper left box. This is from the tornado that came through Fairfield and Inslee earlier today in the western part of Birmingham. And this tornado is capable of doing the exact same thing that'll be crossing over Highway 49 pretty soon. So let's go back to the main graphics box in that window. And again, I just want to focus on that tornado warning polygon. If you're in this thing, you do something about it. Mellow Valley is right here. That's near the intersection of Alabama 49, Alabama Highway 77. Nobody should be driving on Highway 49 from Lineville on south. Alabama Highway 9, you can see there that runs from Ashland to Lineville. That's a situation. So tornado warning. It'd be very interesting to see if we had any reports coming in from Alexander City with this. So we'll leave the graphics box up and we'll check some of the social media feeds. This circulation went right on top of Alexander City, and of course that's a pretty good population base. Tell you what, let's take some images coming in from social media in that big box. We can do that. This is an overturned FedEx truck. This happened along Interstate 20. This is at Cook Springs in St. Clair County. I don't know if that is weather related or not. And understand, we might have a small tornado in some cases that we can't even see on radar. These things are very low top today, but that's along Interstate 20 earlier today.
Another rotation south of the one you just did the warnings out for.
Yeah, these things are they're basically like whack-a-moles right now. So again, not seeing any reports from Alexander City, which is a good thing. So let's go back. In fact, I'll put the radar back in that box. Again, you can see the second circulation down here. The one that we're talking about is this one. Then we've got that one. And I'll be honest with you, there's a third one. Can you spot the third one? Let's see if you can be your own radar meteorologist here. This is the tornado warning right here. There's a circulation approaching Alexander City. There's a circulation that is coming up into Lake Martin. So we got three of these things. And, you know, the problem that the Weather Service has, it's whack-a-mole. By the time you put out a warning, a lot of times these things just go away with tropical tornadoes. But I'll just say this. If you are around Lake Martin, Highway 280 is that road right there, that blue line I just drew. I would be in a safe place, and that circulation looks very impressive on radar that's coming across the lake, and that's headed up toward Dadeville. But again, I stress, there is no formal tornado warning here. We're not in the business of issuing warnings. We don't want to be. But that's just something to watch. But this thing right here, yeah, that's nasty looking. This is a circulation on radar that is coming out of Alexander City. And again, I've heard of no damage in Alexander City, but based on that radar signature, that's going to be coming right up toward Clay County. Clay County is in our market. Tallapoosa County is in the Montgomery television market. But it's going to be crossing Highway 49, and it's going to be very close to Mellow Valley. That'll be the first population center in Clay County in the path of this tornadic circulation here. So we've got a potential tornado coming right up toward Mellow Valley in Clay County, and then ultimately toward Lineville in Clay County. If you live in Mellow Valley, Cragford, Lineville, you want to be in a safe place, small room, lowest floor, near the center, away from windows. This is a very dangerous storm with a very high percentage of producing a tornado at this point. We have seen signatures like this during the course of the day today that have produced a lot of damage. And again, you're seeing the damage in the upper left from a tornado that came through the Birmingham metro earlier today. And that's the reason we're here now. Let's go back and show that polygon once again in the big box. We like to leave the triple box up on a day like today so you can see damage from earlier today. You got Megan's live stream, and again, we'll hear from her in just a bit. But again, this is, let's put the main graphics that we can in the big box on the right. That's our Polygon. Just wanted to show once again the communities in the path of this thing. Alabama Highway 49, that's the county line right here. But coming up, you've got Meadow Valley, which is right there. And then if you keep coming up, you've got Cragford, which is right here. And then if you keep on coming up, you're going to wind up with Lineville, which is right here. And those are the main population centers within this. And again, this is one of those odd cases where Ashland is not in the tornado warning polygon. And please understand, these polygons allow for a lot of error here. They are drawn that way, so that's why we say you respect it. If you're in it, you do something, and if you're not, you don't need to worry about it. So again, Goldville, Meadow Valley, Cragford, Lineville. If you're in any of those communities, you want to be in a safe place. Let's go to Megan Thomas, who is in Storm Chaser at 3340. And Megan, we're playing whack-a-mole today with these storms. Tell us where you are and what you've got.
We are. I am on 65 southbound, headed towards what was that storm that we were following that fell apart pretty quickly. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick up Brian Peters, because this makes it a lot easier with two people in the car. One can drive and focus on that, and the other can, follow the radar. But what we're going to try to do is probably, depending on what you say, head to the east on I-20. Or do you want us to head south?
Yeah, what I would probably advise you to do is to maybe try 280 and kind of head down that way. I think we've got the atmospheric conditions are a little more unstable in that part of the state. So you might just want to take 280 for now and just play it by ear. But it's a case where we pretty much, again, we are trying to find a needle in a haystack. Here's what we're trying to do. This is a very hard job. But again, based on the multiple rotations we're seeing down that way, I'd probably head down 280. These circulations, if they maintain themselves, they're going to wind up probably moving into Georgia, maybe in Cleburne or near the Cleburne County on the Georgia line there. I think they'll probably stay east of Anniston and Oxford, but there could be more. Again, there just could be more. So that's the situation here. And again, we are watching multiple circulations down here. We'll put the high resolution radar back in that big box, and I'll show you these circulations. We're obviously watching this one. That's the one that's the reason for the tornado warning. We've got another one that's coming up on Alexander City that's very broad, another broad one that's over Lake Martin, the Weather Service. And again, they're doing the right thing. If you issue a warning for every circulation you see here, 90% of your warning is going to be false. What we just have to tell people today is the fact that these things can touch down without warning. But again, you can see the initial circulation coming up out of Alexander City. The second circulation is approaching Alexander City from the southwest. It is not as intense. Clearly, the biggest on the board is this one that's about to cross over into Hale County. Question is, can it stay intense for a long time? Probably not. In fact, if you notice, the velocities have gone downhill on the past couple of volume scans here as that approaches the Clay County line. And this could easily dissipate by the time it reaches Meadow Valley or Lineville. And we have to use warnings like we use in the springtime, but just be aware these are short-lived tornadoes in most cases today. And a lot of times you are not going to be able to get a warning. And sometimes you might hear of a warning and nothing happens. But we're just taking the course of least regret with all of these things. And I think the Weather Service has done a fine job today on a very challenging type day with these tropical type tornadoes. Let's go back to the graphics system. I'm going to put on the bigger radar display. The reason we focus on these hot spots is because this is where we have the possibility of severe weather. Here's the big picture. Cindy, the tropical depression now is near Shreveport. We are on the bad east side, and you can see that big tornado watch on the east side. And notice now we're getting tornado warning polygons over into Georgia. Looks like one warning polygon north of Atlanta, one south of Atlanta. And, of course, we have the one here. And, again, that's a look at the local radar. And you can see these individual cells that are somewhat cellular. It's not raining everywhere right now. Pouring rain in parts of the Birmingham metro, but there's no danger for now in the Birmingham metro. The one issue, it's that cell that's coming up into Clay County out of Tallapoosa. And by looking at that radar product, which is reflectivity, which is what we mostly show, that's not going to help you in a day like today. I honestly don't know what we did without Doppler radar back in the 70s and 80s when we did this, because that's all we had to work with was the standard reflectivity display. But now using Doppler processing, which really came online back in the early 90s, I think we put the first one on the air here in 1991, you can see if a raindrop or a target is moving toward the radar or away. And that's been just, it's like going from nighttime to daytime for those of us in the weather business, and that's the reason we often showed the velocity displays here. So let's, again, go back to the high-resolution velocity display. And you can see that velocity couplet still hanging in there like a rusty fish hook coming up into Clay County. If you're in Mellow Valley, you want to be in a safe place. Small room, lowest floor near the center, away from windows. Same thing for Cragford and Lineville in Clay County. Ashland, listen, you're not in the tornado warning Polygon, but if you feel like you need to go to a safe place, you do that. Now, you got to take care of business, but again, you are technically not in a tornado warning. Many of the older legacy warning systems sound countywide. We have not warned for entire counties in 10 years. We've had these Polygon warnings for about 10 years here, so we've tried our best to educate people as to the way they work. So very intense rotation coming out of Tallapoosa County, crossing over into Clay County. It's in a very sparsely populated part of the state at this point. And again, hopefully this thing will dissipate soon. These today have not lasted all that long. Unfortunately, one of the longer lasting tornadoes is the one that caused all the damage you're seeing in the upper left-hand part of your screen out in Fairfield and Inslee, in a very densely populated part of the Birmingham metro today. And again, cleanup is underway, but if you're just joining us here at 3:09, the good news we have to report, there have been no serious injuries. And Pam and Dave, y'all correct me if there's anything new I don't know about, because y'all are connected over there.
No, in fact, we are just reading from some of our reporters right now. The mayor of Fairfield, Edward May, was actually out this afternoon going door to door, checking on people, because some of the structures that were damaged in Fairfield, people live in, and so far all they have been able to find are minor injuries. So that is the best news.
Also, we've just had an update on power outages, James. 11,000 people, customers, without power right now. 9,000 of those, Pam.
Those would be in the area that we were just talking about, Fairfield, Midfield, and Pratt City.
So the areas,
9,000 out.
Right.
Okay, thanks, guys. So, again, it's, let's see, 3:10 right now. If you're just joining us, this is James Spann, and we've got the whole staff working today. We have tropical tornado problems and flash flooding problems. You can see you're looking at the radar on the right side of your screen. That is the reflectivity display. We're looking at some of the damage areas on the left side of the screen. We have one tornado warning in effect now for Clay County in the eastern part of Alabama. And that is the reason that we are here, and it's going to be a busy day. We'll be here through at least 5:30, 6:30. We'll, of course, if we can, we'll squeeze in some local news. But we've got a tornado warning in effect that is for parts of Clay County and extreme northern Tallapoosa County. Again, you can see that tornado warning polygon underneath all the radar data. What I'll do is turn the animation off and drop that radar data, and that's the polygon you see right there. This is currently in effect for extreme northern Tallapoosa and parts of Clay counties. The larger population centers involved in the polygon are Mellow Valley, Cragford, and Lineville. And if you're in any of those communities or close to them, you should be in a safe place. We advise no driving on Alabama Highway 49, Alabama Highway 77. No driving along Highway 9 from Ashland all the way over to the Randolph County line. The worst place to be is a mobile home or a car in a situation like this. And again, that's your polygon. It's fairly narrow today. These are relatively small tornadoes, and again, they typically don't last all that long. But again, this is a day we've had extensive damage from these tornadoes, and we encourage people to take these warnings seriously. Let's go back to the high-resolution radar in the right-hand box, and again, we've got that circulation center that is located in Clay County on the Clay-Tallapoosa County line. This is a little to the west of Goldville. It's going to be coming up toward Mellow Valley. So we can pretty much give Tallapoosa County an all clear. And now the focus is going to be on Clay County. So again, if you are in Mellow Valley, if you live along Highway 49, Alabama Highway 77, you do not want to be driving. You just don't want to be on the road. Car is a death trap during a tornado. You don't want to be in a mobile home. Your plan is to get out, go to a site-built shelter structure. You need to implement that plan. We hope this thing doesn't stay down for a long time, but again, the couplet is pretty strong. It's obviously easy to pick out. It's right there. And it's interesting to note as you get up deeper into Clay County, the polygon is including Lineville and not Ashland today with this case. And I think that's a good call. But again, some people might have an Ashland mailing address that are in the Polygon. We have to be kind of careful because Ashland and Lineville, they're just not little dots where the downtowns are. The city limits encompass a pretty large area. But again, that is clearly a dangerous storm in Clay County, southeast of Birmingham, moving northeast. And again, that's going to be a situation where we got to take this thing pretty seriously. So we'll go back to the graphics system. And again, there you see the Polygon itself covering many spots down through there. Okay, let's roll some more video. This is user-generated video. This is coming from Tire Tech out in Inslee. And again, this was taken this afternoon between about 12:30 and 12:45, as best I can recollect on the timing of this. Now, by then, there was a tornado warning in effect. And the obvious course of action in any case like this, it's to get in and go to a safe place. The rating of this will not be known. I saw a note from Kevin Laws of the National Weather Service in Birmingham. He is the acting meteorologist in charge, and he is going to be out in that area looking at the damage. In fact, he's probably there right now, and we should have a rating on this tornado here in just a little bit. But we've just got hundreds of these videos coming from different businesses out there in the western part of the county. So again, this is back to the live views you're seeing now. And again, this is the storm cleanup out in Fairfield. We are at 3:15. We apologize. Typically, we would be in regular programming here, but due to the nature or the serious nature of the threat today, we thought we'd stay with this. And, of course, anytime we have tornado warnings, we'd be here anyway, which we have right now. If you're just joining us, we have a tornado warning for Clay County in East Alabama in effect until, let's see, the warning is in effect until 3:45 this afternoon. We have a possible tornado that is on radar approaching Mellow Valley. And then ultimately coming up toward Lineville. The Weather Service trimming Cragford out of this thing, as you can see, but that's that red shape, that's your Polygon warning right there. And again, the Highway 49 runs pretty much the length of this. Mellow Valley is on the edge of it. The higher probabilities that this thing passes a little west of Mellow Valley, but still, if you're close to the community there, you want to be in a safe place. Be crossing Highway 77, Alabama Highway 49. And pretty close to Lineville. Ashland technically is not in this tornado warning, but if you want to, again, just if you live in Ashland, you need to go to a safe place, you do that. Let's go.
Correlation coefficient has got something.
Okay. And you might tell Megan we need to restart her live stream when you guys are going out together, right? Okay, great. We're going to restart the live Facebook stream from a storm chaser here. We'll take a look at the CC product. And, yeah, we got debris being lofted right there. See that spot right there? That is what the radar's doing. It defines, it puts all the echoes into a bin, and if it sees something that doesn't correlate with all the other echoes, if something's different about it, it shows a negative value. And a negative value in correlation coefficient means it's not rain, it's something else. And when you've got a tornado signature like that, and you see it in that zone, more than likely that's debris. Those are tree limbs, branches, maybe whole trees, maybe shingles or bricks, parts of buildings. So we have a TDS now in that storm in Clay County, a tornado debris signature based on correlation coefficient. And that obviously is a sign this storm is extremely dangerous and one we have to take very seriously here. So again, that is the correlation coefficient. Will go back to the velocity display, and we've still got that couplet right there in that spot. I mean, it is all lined up. And again, this is in a fairly sparsely populated part of Clay County. It'll be coming up through Bluff Valley Road if you live in Clay County and know where that is. And then ultimately coming up toward Gibsonville, and then this is a little west of Mellow Valley, and then crossing Highway 77, Alabama Highway 49, coming up pretty close to Lineville. So everybody in that zone just be in a safe place. You know, we don't have a lot of cameras down there. We're trying to get people positioned in place as fast as we can, but on a whack-a-mole type day like today with these tropical tornadoes, it is hard to get a camera based on everything. So again, this is a very dangerous storm. More than likely a tornado is down. Again, we'll keep the circle up. We'll go to the correlation coefficient. We still have a negative spot right there. And this is the second volume scan that's been in right here. So right there is your tornado debris signature, the TDS. And oddly enough, the Weather Service has decided they're going to cancel the warning. So again, we've been watching that negative TDS. The negative value is not as extreme in this case, but let's go to the velocity display. And again, you can see that we've still got broad circulation. And I'll be the first to admit that's not very tight. That's broad. That's not your classic tornado signature. But again, the Weather Service believes in this case, based on what they're seeing and the lack of reports in this case, that they'll just go ahead and cancel this. So they believe the danger is over. So again, the National Weather Service in Birmingham has canceled the tornado warning for Clay County. So at this point, we do not have any active tornado warnings in the state. But we have many storms that are spinning like a top, and they could drop a tornado at almost any time. Let's put the graphic system back in the big box there. And again, you can see these feeder bands on the east side of Cindy coming right up through here. Interesting to notice, pretty quiet over here in Mississippi. They haven't had a whole lot of action in the eastern side of the state. They've got some on the western side, but clearly it looks like we're getting the bulk of the problems right here in Alabama. So let's go to Pam and Dave right now for an update at the desk.
Just a couple of things. Of course, a few moments ago, James, you know that we had a tornado warning that was affecting Shelby County, specifically the cities of Helena and Pelham. Well, that was lifted pretty quickly, but Pelham Police just tweeted out a picture. They have flooding at Green Park South, which is not that unusual. But again, it's this kind of flooding that we're going to be dealing with most likely for not only today, but tomorrow as well.
Also, Vinton Blandon has put up an interview on his Twitter feed of a gentleman who was leaving the ABC store in Fairfield, and the storm literally lifted his car. Anyway, we'll be hearing from him a little bit later.
And James was telling us earlier that a receipt from that ABC store ended up in Fultondale. The wind lifted it that high. Power outages right now, Alabama Power telling us that they are moving some crews around, trying to get specifically into the areas of Midfield and Pratt City and Fairfield, where they've got approximately 9,000 outages. That's certainly the highest number of outages right now. We were looking at video just a few moments ago that we had it up where they're already out there working.
And James, do you have time for us to go to Stony Sharp? He's
Yes.
got a report
Right.
from Tuscaloosa.
Stoney's on Covey Drive,
That's
where
right.
a tree came down. What can you tell us, Stoney? Oh, look at it.
Hey, Pam. Yes, a tree fell this afternoon. We are located in North Tuscaloosa in the Covey Chase neighborhood. A tree has fallen on a house, as you can see behind me. A neighbor heard the large crash and decided to call the homeowner because the homeowner was not at home when the tree fell. So they called the family to inform them that there was a tree on their house. There are no injuries because no one was home at the time, but there is damage, as you can see, to the carport, the laundry room, and the upstairs bedroom. Now, there is water entering the home as we speak, and so the family decided to call the insurance company to make sure someone was on their way. We're told that a tree removal service will be here in about 45 minutes, and then tarps will be placed over the carport area. Again, there's a car under the carport there, and it was not harmed, it's not damaged, we're told. You would think it would be after looking at this picture, but again, the car was not damaged. But no one was home. A tree removal service is headed this way, and tarps will be placed over the roof. Now, we talked to Tuscaloosa County EMA, and there are several reports of trees down in Tuscaloosa County. EMA is saying that the ground is saturated right now with a lot of rainwater, and the leaves are heavy, so that causes trees to fall a lot more easily. So we're going to probably see a lot more trees falling here in Tuscaloosa County. But again, we are in North Tuscaloosa in the Covey Chase neighborhood where a tree has fallen on a house behind me, but no injuries to report, guys.
Stony Sharp reporting that's not what you want to come home to.
No, you're having a bad day, but your car was okay, even after all that damage. Pretty amazing. And we have had to focus on the severe damage from the tornadoes in our area, but we got to remember there are probably going to be trees down all across central Alabama.
Another just case in point, I was looking at our Twitter feed, there's a tree down on Claremont Drive right off Valley Avenue in Homewood. No, there hasn't been a tornado through there.
Right.
No straight line winds that we're aware of. That's just simply saturation of the ground. And the dangerous part is that we've got so much more rain still to come.
Yes,
And
this is not over.
This is not over.
It's going to be a slow-moving deal.
It's 3:23. If you are just now getting home, I'm glad you're home safe and sound, but it has been a crazy afternoon. Some of the worst damage that we have seen happened in Fairfield this afternoon around 12:30, 1:15. We can tell you that 3 businesses just gone. That is ABC, the ABC store, the KFC store, and the Express Oil Change. This is very near Western Hills Mall. We have talked with Mayor Edward May. He is telling us that the only damages, there are certainly plenty of damages, but the only injuries have been minor ones.
And we heard he's going door to door out
Yes.
there in that area to make sure that folks are okay.
And this is a point just to throw out to you. You can see the damage. There's an awful lot of it. This is in the central part of Fairfield. They're going to need to get this cleaned up rapidly. If you are looking for work and you are interested in helping out in clearing that damage, let me give you this telephone number to call. The man you will speak with is Dion Wright. That is Dion Wright. The number to call is 205-529-1064. That is coming from the mayor. He says we really are going to need your prayers and we're going to need your help to get this going.
But the important thing to remember, call that number and clear it before, just don't go out there.
Oh, of course.
Because we talked to Jim Coker earlier from Jeffco EMS, and he is asking people to please stay out of that area until they can organize the cleanup effort and of course, clear the roads in there, which we've been seeing them try to do already this afternoon, just hours after this struck.
They had it seemed like within minutes they were in there with bulldozers and backhoes and trying to move that out. And, you know, this is not the time to go and watch.
No.
If you don't need to be in that area, please get out of that area. Let the responders do what they need to do. We've also, of course, had video, incredible video this afternoon coming from Ensley from the truck, Tire Tech that is there. Tire Tech sustained damage itself, structural damage, lots of windows out, a side of the business is gone. One big truck was flipped over, a tanker truck was flipped over, but again, 35 people there on the scene said it was upon them within moments. And we're looking at it right now. This is one of the employees turned around and shot this.
That's scary.
That's scary. Please go to safety. Make sure you're in a safe place first if you see this. But this is coming from them. You can imagine what they were under. There are several buildings attached to this Tire Tech business. They scrambled. All 35 of their employees are just fine.
And that is kind of amazing when you see the damage. Also, can we go back to the shot, Dennis, of Fairfield and the live shot we have out there? So much damage. Well, we were looking at the rows earlier, and you can see they've already done a very good job. Okay, this is Fairfield.
Clearing it off.
So look at those rows.
Yes.
We saw debris strewn all over that
everywhere.
now. They have been working very hard to get that off to the side and get these roads open again. Now, they're not open, and we want you to stay out of there. But that is what they're working on right now, is clearing these roads.
And even as we continue to look at the worst damage that we have certainly heard of so far, and that was in Fairfield, there have been all kinds of other problems this afternoon. We saw a FedEx truck overturned on I-20 at Cook Springs, that Cook Springs exit. We've got flooding at Green Park South in Pelham, and trees down in Tuscaloosa. McCalla has trees down. It's just one of these afternoons where all of this is what James continues to describe as tropical tornadoes and tropical rain bands that have come up this way, and it's causing damage. And in fact, we have received as much damage as anyone else coming out of this tropical storm.
And of course, that new scientific term, whacking moles. James, you know.
Yeah. You use that a lot, whack-a-mole.
No,
And it's not funny, but it's so descriptive of exactly what we're seeing this afternoon.
It really is. It is just so hard to warn for these. And again, we stress that we have no active tornado warnings in effect at this point. If you're just joining us here. And don't forget the flooding issue. I want to show an image coming in from social media. These guys you're going to see, they're going to the Walmart, and this is how they're going down there.
No.
And we've had some parts of north central Alabama that have received over 4.5, 5 inches of rain. And again, if you come across a flooded roadway and you're not in a kayak, we want you to turn around and don't drown. Go to some of the more user-generated videos here. This is from that big FedEx truck that is overturned on Interstate 20 near Chula Vista. Not exactly sure the cause of that. A lot of folks wearing their helmets today, which is nice. And again, that's coming from a lot of shots coming from the downtown Birmingham buildings earlier today. That was seen from St. Vincent's Hospital. Again, this is more video. Many folks took the time to go take some video shots of this, and we really don't advise that. You know, we kind of struggle with this because you don't want to.
Don't put your life in danger.
Right. We don't want to encourage people to do this, but we've got it in the house, and since we have it, but again, we do thank those people that took the time to send those to us. Again, this is an industrial part of Birmingham. A lot of the area is affected today, and you can see a lot of folks at this work site were taking pictures of the storm. This is, again, a shot of that tornado, and this is the one that came through earlier today between 12:30 and 1 o'clock. That affected Fairfield and Inslee. But I want to stress again, while you're looking at this, we do not have any tornado warnings in effect now. So while we are quiet, let's give it back to Pam and Dave.
Melanie Ewell is on MLK Drive in Fairfield. Melanie, what update can you give us?
Pam, we are seeing a lot of damage here. You can see over my left shoulder this store that the roof has come down, and that outside wall there is completely destroyed. The bricks of it are now on top of a car that was parked next to that shop. There's also wood and insulation from this building just littered all over the area in the parking lot. That store there is on the end of a small strip mall here on this roadway. So a lot of damage right there. Again, you can see all the debris in the parking lot there. This is actually just across the street from the old Walmart in Fairfield. And down the road from here, there's more damage at other shops. And going in the other direction, there is a housing community. There's damage there as well. We just spoke to the mayor of Fairfield not long ago. He is out here right now. He is checking all of this damage out. He is going door to door to check on the residents. He tells us that so far he has only heard of minor injuries, but he does say in this housing community nearby that there are 6 units that are damaged. And he also has a message for everyone out there right now. He's saying, you know, just because he is out here checking on people, that doesn't mean that they know about everyone. So if you know of someone who is trapped or stuck inside, you know, check on your family members, check on your neighbors, and make sure someone knows about them. Again, don't assume that the city knows about everyone's situation right now. He also wants to warn everyone to be safe. He says there's down trees, there's down power lines, so please be safe out there right now. And again, just a lot of damage in this area. He says their main focus right now is making sure that everyone is okay. He says the Red Cross is going to be coming out here to help people who are displaced, and crews are already starting the cleanup process, but he says it's going to be a long cleanup process in the days ahead in Fairfield. Live in Fairfield, Melanie Ewell, ABC 3340 News.
A lot of good information and advice right there from Melanie and Mayor May.
And Mayor May, he has been on the scene. And I understand we now have some new video that we would like to share with you from Inslee. Is this in the same area where the it is still Tire Tech? Okay.
This is the tornado that hit Tire Tech, and boy, that looks pretty bad.
And you know, the thing about this, again, is we heard Bill, and I'm sorry I don't know his last name, Bill, who was at Tire Tech, spoke with us earlier this afternoon, and he said, we had been watching, we had been listening, and all of a sudden, it was upon us. It
almost
was that
out
quickly.
of nowhere.
Yes, and that's what
so
James
fast.
has been talking about this afternoon, that you can't predict these. You can't give that long 30-minute, 45-minute warning that we often can.
You have to be prepared, though, when
Yes.
we're having these kind of situations, and James has been warning us all week. Be ready for these pop-up tornadoes, and these very severe.
Absolutely. We are blessed this afternoon if we can walk away from this and say only minor injuries. Because with the Red Cross going now to Fairfield, obviously a lot of, as James mentioned, a lot of industrial people around there, and they've been working today. They may or may not live in that community, but there are some people who live in a housing community there. We know at least 6 units damaged, as Melanie just told us. Those folks are going to say, where do we stay tonight? What can we do tonight? And the rain just keeps on coming. These feeder bands just keep putting it into our area this afternoon, into tonight, again all day tomorrow. We're expecting this.
And James, again, they're going to assess these tornadoes, but they seem to be stronger than just pop-up tornadoes.
Yeah, the one that came through Fairfield obviously is going to be reviewed. In fact, Kevin Laws is out there now. We'll probably get a rating before sundown, and This packed a punch. This was a little more than the typical small EF0 spin-up tornado. When I go to some of the user-generated images again coming in, I want to also stress we got flooding problems developing here. This is what it looks like in many yards right now. We've got water levels that are rising, and again, if you come across a road with water coming across that, you know the deal. Turn around and don't drown. This is video from Fairfield, and again, this is from the tornado zone today, and you can see large trees are down in some of the residential neighborhoods here. Again, this is more damage from Fairfield, the same tornado that caused the damage in the commercial structures there on MLK Drive, right by our Western Hills Mall. Many trees were blown down, and as Dave and Pam have talked about, we're very fortunate that we've had no injuries from that. And again, this is more damage also coming in from Fairfield today. And I will wait for Kevin Laws to make an assessment of this, but I'll tell you now, this is not an EF0. It might be an EF1, but he has to. You have to get out there and spend some time and get hands-on and look at this stuff before you can really make that assessment. In fact, Brian Peters of our staff used to do that for the National Weather Service. This is more flooding. This is in Green Pond in Bibb County, in the far northern part of Bibb County. They've had tremendous rains falling today. Many spots, in some cases, have gone over 5 inches of rain over the past 24 hours. But again, at the moment, we have no flash flood warnings in effect. This is from Boyd Brothers, another industry in the northern part of Birmingham, looking back over toward Isipco. And again, this is the tornado that came through Fairfield and Inslee earlier today. And I've got hundreds of these videos from different places, and I thank everybody for taking the time to send those. But again, you can clearly see that that is down. If you watched our live coverage, it was interesting to watch. We had Megan and the Storm Chaser with her camera on that, and we had the cameras in the big buildings, our sky cams on that. And again, it was pretty evident. A lot of times these things are rain rapid. In this case, it was pretty evident to see. This is a look from Beacon Parkway West up on Red Mountain, looking back out toward over that. And again, this was taken from noon today, one of the high-rise buildings there. Again, this was taken from Fultondale. Looks like that's coming from the fire department, and we're very fortunate. To my knowledge, we've had no reports of any damage in Fultondale, despite the fact that that thing came so close. Again, check some more images here. This was taken from Central Park out in the western part of Birmingham, out near the Alabama State Fairgrounds and the Crossplex. Again, that's a storm that passed through Fairfield and Inslee. And that's what you do right there. You get the dog, you get the kids, you get the helmets, and you get into a bathroom, and you are good to go. That's
perfect.
That is, I'm telling you, I'm very encouraged by the things I've seen today.
James, we do have a quick update, if you have a moment for it, on the employees and the patrons who were inside the ABC store in Fairfield. We understand that there were 5 employees in the store. 1 of those employees was transported with non-life-threatening injuries. Also, 2 patrons inside the store also have been taken to area hospitals. We do not have any kind of an update on their conditions.
Yeah, and ABC Board Security is coming to the scene of this, but there's not going to be much for them to see. This is a total loss.
Not a whole lot of bottles left on the shelves.
No, not at all.
It's gone.
Yep. All right. So again, now let's go back to the that last shot I showed from social media. Again, that's a sign of what some of the roads are starting to look like. And again, the law enforcement guys, they can't block every flooded road. They just can't do that. They don't have the resources. There's not enough manpower to do that. So if by chance you come across something like that, just turn around. And I know you'll be late getting home or whatever, but it's, you know, there's just some things in life not worth it. And driving through a flooded roadway, trust me, it is not worth it. We have more loss of life from that than actual tornadoes, in fact. That's a much higher cause of death. This was taken from Alabama Power Company downtown. In fact, looks like that was probably recorded live. This was taken from Daniel Payne Drive. And again, over and over, we're seeing pretty much the same thing. This was a very photogenic tornado coming through the western and northern part of Birmingham earlier today. That's looks like some flooding down in Bibb County. They've had big rains in Bibb County. This looks like that was taken near Brent this afternoon. All of these have been pretty much recorded or taken here in the last hour or two. This is a look at the tornado, and again, this is coming from one of the industrial complexes north of downtown Birmingham. It had just come out of Inslee and Fairfield at that point, and whether it's down as a tornado or aloft as a funnel cloud, but clearly the rotation is still there. And again, we thank everybody for taking the time to send these videos in to us today. It is extremely helpful. This was taken from off Finley Avenue in North Birmingham, and at that point, more than likely, it's a funnel cloud. It was not down. But as I show you this, the reason we're not focusing on radar right now, we don't have any tornado warnings. But let's go to our graphic system, and again, I'll show you what we've got. We've got these feeder bands on the east side of Cindy coming through Alabama. Interestingly enough, all the tornado warnings now are currently in Georgia. We've got one tornado warning Polygon north of Atlanta, one north of Columbus, Georgia. But in Alabama, we do not have any active tornado warnings at this point, but still tropical downpours. And the other good news, the rain rates have actually decreased over the last hour, and that's great news. That's just fantastic. We're starting to see the reflectivity values coming down. But I do note the Weather Service has just issued a tornado warning for Tallapoosa County. This is not in our television market. This is in the Montgomery television market, but still, we know a lot of people watch. And the truth is, with today's technology, these market ideas kind of fading away, and that you can watch us anywhere, anytime. Let's put the high-res radar in that big box. I'll show you a reason Tallapoosa County is under a warning. This is a possible tornado circulation. Wow. Wow. That might be one of the best ones I've seen all day. That is really violent looking. This is a very dangerous storm. And this thing is crossing US 280 right now, just north of Dadeville, around Jackson's Gap. This is down below Alexander City. So that is a very serious looking storm. This is a tornado warning for Tallapoosa County in east central Alabama. And you can see we have violent rotation on radar at that point. This is kind of, you can see it's crossing the highway between Jackson's Gap and Dadeville, US Highway 280. And that is just a remarkable looking tornado signature on radar. That's the best one I've seen all day long. Wow. Let's put the graphics up. Let me show you the polygon for this. This will obviously include Jackson's Gap and Dadeville and Daviston up in the far northeastern corner of Tallapoosa County. This does not include Alexander City. It does not include Camp Hill. Dadeville, Jackson's Gap, northeast on up to Daviston, and again, Highway 49, Alabama 49. I've called that road out a lot today, but that's the road you do not want to be on. That is obviously what could be a very significant tornado is crossing Highway 280 right now between Jackson's Gap and Dadeville. It'll be crossing Highway 49 north of Dadeville, and then coming out into rural sections of northeastern Tallapoosa County, possibly crossing Highway 22 up around Daviston. But that is a very violent-looking storm. Let's go back to the high-res radar in this thing. Wow. Let me do an animation on this. We'll kind of see the history. Yeah, watch it come out of the south. It came over Lake Martin, and that thing really ramped up in the last 5 minutes. So that is a violent-looking circulation coming right on top of US 280 right now, just above Dadeville. And again, this is well below Alexander City. We stress Alexander City is not involved in this at all, in this particular warning. But we advise nobody driving on Alabama Highway 49 from Dadeville north to New Site over the course of the next 15 minutes. We'll see if it makes it up to Highway 22 in Daviston. That's, these have been lasting for about 5, 6, 7 minutes today on an average. Quite frankly, the Birmingham tornado, that was the longest lasting one yet. But based on that radar signature, this sucker might stay down there for a while. So again, this is a very dangerous storm on Highway 280 in Tallapoosa County between Jackson's Gap and Dadeville, moving northeast. It'll be crossing, it's crossing Highway 280 now. It'll be crossing Alabama Highway 49 in about 5 minutes, maybe less, and then ultimately heading up toward Alabama Highway 22 in the northeastern part of the county. Very tight rotation with this storm. In fact, I'm going to stop the animation. I want to take a look at the reflectivity. And there is a bounded weak echo region right there, a BWER. Other side, there could be a tornado down. So we'll take a look at the correlation coefficient product to see if we have a debris being lofted. At this point, we do not see a strong signature there. That's kind of noisy, but the bottom line is the velocity is just screaming right there. And remember, the tornado's got to be down for a little while to kick up debris, for debris to be lofted. So that's pretty remarkable. Megan Thomas and Brian Peters in the Storm Chaser, and from the looks of things, they seem to be in Chelsea on Highway 280. If I had to guess, it looks like the Winn-Dixie on the right, McDonald's on the left. That is Chelsea. I can tell by looking at that. They're in Shelby County, headed down 280 in the general direction of this better environment for tornadoes. But we stress all of north central Alabama under a tornado watch until 10 o'clock tonight. This is kind of a long-lasting watch. That's the way it works with these tropical systems. They basically had parts of Alabama under a tornado watch since yesterday morning. Initially, the threat was over South Alabama. It's been shifting northward, obviously, today. So, but there's one tornado warning in the state, and this is it. You're looking at it. So, what could be a very significant tornado has just crossed over U.S. Highway 280, located between Jackson's Gap and Dadeville. This is down below Alexander City, moving northeast. And again, we're watching all of the social media feeds because if there's something there, typically we'll find it. I would imagine if there's something there on 280, we'll get a shot of that. And again, Megan and Brian are on their way down in that general area. Again, they're coming through Chelsea right now. But that's a pretty nasty-looking thunderstorm. And again, if you're just joining us, we'll be hitting the news here in 17 minutes at 4 o'clock, focus at 4. We will be on time today unless we have tornado warnings. And if that's the case, we'll, of course, do weather. But there's a lot of news to report, the storm damage out in the western part of Birmingham. And we'll do a very comprehensive report on the damage that's happened in western Birmingham at 4 o'clock at the top of the hour in about 16 minutes from now. And again, we stress that Tallapoosa County is technically in the Montgomery television market. Every county is assigned a market based on viewing habits of those that live in the counties. And so Tallapoosa County belongs to Montgomery, but we do know a lot of people there watch us in Birmingham, and many people have property interests maybe on Lake Martin and have great interest in the county, and we certainly will take care of them as best we can. And again, with technology, anybody can watch any station anywhere via Facebook Live or the apps or anything else. It is so easy to watch weather coverage these days. We're so thankful for that. But again, that is a very, very significant tornado signature on radar that is now just a little north of US 280. If something was down, it crossed Highway 280 about 2-3 minutes ago, and now it's on the journey northeast, and again, that is paralleling Alabama Highway 49. It will likely cross Highway 49, maybe about 5-6 miles north of Dadeville, and then keep on moving up toward Alabama Highway 22 in Daviston in the far northeastern part of Tallapoosa County. And this has been very persistent, and the continuity has been very good. This thing, the circulation developed over Lake Martin, crossed over Highway 280 a couple of minutes ago, and again, it's on the journey northeast. And we got Brian and Megan. If anything's going on down there, they will find out about it soon. They're headed back down in that direction in the storm chaser. And that's the one issue we have right now in terms of tornadoes. But I don't want folks to forget we also have potential for flooding problems here. Let's put the radar back in the graphics back in the big box, and you can see bands of tropical rains continue moving across Alabama. These are dropping some very heavy amounts of rain. We're thankful in the Birmingham metro the rain intensities have been letting up, and that's a great thing. But they're very high down here in the east central part of the state. The air is more unstable down here. We're pretty much rain-cooled, and I think one reason we might have these tornado warnings popping down here, this is where the instability values are higher. Conditions favor tornado formation a little more down and through here. So again, that is the one storm of the day that is very dangerous, that has just crossed over U.S. Highway 280. And again, that'll be straddling Alabama Highway 49, then coming up toward Alabama Highway 22. If it continues, that's going to wind up in Randolph County. So just be aware of that. If you are in Wadley or on Lake Wedowee, that's moving up in your direction. These things are moving very, very rapidly today. We'll go back to the velocity on the high-res radar, and I've seen no evidence at all. This is not weakening whatsoever. In fact, that velocity signature is just as strong as could be. I mean, you can't miss that thing. That is tremendous, and we'll just see how long that stays in place. But the best thing we can do is tell you that if you are close to Alabama Highway 49 in Tallapoosa County, north of Dadeville, south of New Site, be in a safe place, a small room, lowest floor, near the center, away from windows. No mobile homes, no cars. Put on a helmet. We prefer in your safe place people to have things like portable air horns. If you need help from first responders, they've been trained to listen for that. We like for people to have on hard-sole shoes. If you're wearing tennis shoes or your socks, barefooted, that's not working. If you have to walk over a tornado debris field, your feet would be shredded by that. So we really stress in your safe place those three things right now. Helmets, hard-sole shoes, portable air horns. Those air horns can be heard over a long area, and sometimes when you need help, you need that velocity, you need the audio distance that those things give. So that's our advice for your safe place, among other things, the common sense stuff. So again, that's a really nasty-looking tornado signature in Tallapoosa County. It's crossed over Highway 280. We can give Highway 280 an all clear. For those in Tallapoosa County, if you are along or south of US 280, the danger is over. The problem now is for those living along Highway 49 north of Dadeville to New Site. Anywhere along Alabama 49, you got to be in a safe place. And again, those velocities keep ramping up here. I'm going to peek at some wind velocities here. Looks like the delta is going to be over 100 knots in that, which means this could be pretty significant. And while we're doing this, we're going to look at the product we call correlation coefficient. And again, we don't see any debris right in through here at this point, which is good. That's kind of noisy, so not a really tight tornado debris signature, but certainly the velocity signature suggests we could see a tornado down. And the Weather Service continues a tornado warning for the central part of Tallapoosa County. We stress Alexander City is not involved in this. A couple of notes from the Weather Service. Kevin Laws is headed to Fairfield, and he is going to be out in that vicinity where the damage has occurred. He'll be doing storm assessment. Storm surveys will continue this evening, weather permitting, and depending on any additional damage that occurs. So again, that's the Clay County or the Tallapoosa County storm. Wanted to mention here that we've got rotation in Clay County. This is broader. This is down here below Ashland, and again, not too far from Mellow Valley. That is not a tight tornado-like signature there. That's fairly broad, but just wanted to note that we've got broad rotation in Clay County. There's no tornado warning for Clay County at this point. Another broad rotation is up here northeast of Lineville. And again, these things, they're a dime a dozen on days like today. You're going to see these all over your radar display, and if you warn for every one of them, you'll be wrong 90% of the time. And you know, people say, well, you ought to warn on them because you'll catch all of them. But when you false alarm 90%, people don't pay attention. It's the cry wolf syndrome. So it's very problematic on these type days. But that one is that, yes, there is no doubt that needs to be a tornado warning, and it certainly is for Tallapoosa County. Again, we're 11 minutes out. We'll start Focus at 4 on time at 4 o'clock at the top of the hour. Tallapoosa County is in the Montgomery television market. We are providing coverage here, and that we happen to be on the air anyway. But again, that is I would say that's the signature of the day so far. That is the most violent signature we have seen so far today. And again, that continues moving on to the northeast. For those of you just joining us in the upper left, we had a major damage situation in Fairfield and parts of Inslee earlier today between 12:30 and 1 o'clock from a tornado. One of these tropical tornadoes that dropped out of a spiral rain band coming around the east side of Cindy. No serious injuries to our knowledge. We'll get much more from our journalist in the news department coming up at 4 o'clock in live reports on that. Down in the lower left, that's our storm chaser team. That's meteorologist Brian Peters. Brian, for many years, was the WCM, the warning coordination meteorologist at the National Weather Service in Birmingham. He's with Megan Thomas, and they are in the field. Megan gave us some remarkable images of the storm that dropped that tornado earlier today. They're headed down Highway 280 to kind of assess any damage that maybe have occurred in Tallapoosa County with this storm we're watching. And again, with the graphics box, you can see the one storm that we're covering is the thunderstorm in Tallapoosa County that is producing a possible tornado about 8 miles north of Dadeville on Alabama Highway 49 that is continuing to move on to the northeast. If that continues, that will move into Clay County, and a warning could be required for Clay County as well. Almost all of our area, all of north central Alabama, is under a tornado watch in effect until 10 o'clock tonight. And I also want to stress, this is going to be a deal where we could see the same problem tomorrow. In addition to today, the remnant circulation of Cindy will likely be somewhere near Memphis tomorrow, and we're going to stay in that nasty quadrant south and east of the surface low, the remnant circulation. And again, often we can have these tornadoes drop like that. So what we're having today, we'll probably have tomorrow. The good news, we don't expect any severe weather on Saturday. Dry air begins to move in Sunday, a small chance of a shower. Most all of next week at this point looks very nice, with ample sunshine each day, lower humidity, and cooler nights, and that's going to feel pretty good. Let's go back to the high-res radar. We'll put that in that right-hand box, and again, that couplet is staying strong, very strong. Good evidence that the tornado is there, and we've seen signatures like that during the day today, and they have been down, and they've caused a lot of damage. That circulation is on Alabama Highway 49, about 6, 7, 8 miles north of Dadeville, continuing to move to the northeast. And if it maintains that track, it's going to be crossing Highway 22 near Daviston in about 15 minutes. And that's the reason the tornado warning Polygon extends all the way up to there. In fact, you can see, kind of give you a reference point here. This is obviously the tornado signature. Alabama or U.S. Highway 280 is this road right here. This is Alabama Highway 22 right here that runs through Daviston, Alexander City. That's Alabama Highway 49 that runs down right through there. And obviously the tornado is right on Highway 49 if it's down, and it's kind of moving up in this direction. So the next population center is going to be this community of Daviston up in the far northeastern part of Tallapoosa County, where we could have potential problems here. So again, there's kind of the history of this thing. You can see that the couplet is not weakening at all. This came over Lake Martin. I've heard of no damage at Lake Martin. Again, that's obviously in the summer. A lot of people are there, and if something happened there, we would know about it. But so far, we have had no reports of any damage from Lake Martin. And again, that's moving on up to the northeast. Let's go back to the graphic system. The other issue we have today, it's the possibility of flooding. Right now, the heaviest tropical rains are falling east of I-65. For those of you on the western side of the state, you're getting a nice break. Places like Tuscaloosa, Utah, Aliceville, Vernon, for the moment, nothing. Now understand, you got more showers to come, more tropical downpours coming up tonight and tomorrow, and the chance of isolated tornadoes tonight and tomorrow. But for the moment, you're getting kind of a break, and it seems like most of the action is concentrated along and east of I-65, and it just seems like the better instability values in our state are located down here in this region. We haven't had a lot of rain in through here, and the temperatures were a little higher, and that's where most of the action seems to be focused down in through here. And again, that one storm we're focusing on at this point is this one that is in northeastern Tallapoosa County that is coming up toward Daviston and Alabama Highway 22. It's basically crossing over Alabama 49 right now, and next up will be Highway 22. And again, if this continues on its current track, it'll be coming right up toward Wadley in Randolph County. And Randolph County is in the Atlanta television market. And folks, we have no control over that. I wish you were in Birmingham's market, but the market assignments are based on the viewing habits of people that live within the county. So it's Atlanta's job to take care of wall-to-wall coverage for Randolph County. But again, we'll certainly give you information from time to time as we get into our newscast here in 5 minutes. And again, in 5 minutes, we'll start our Focus at 4 with live reports from the field on the damage that has occurred today. And we encourage you to stay with us during our entire evening news block. We'll be here through 6:30, of course, longer if need be. And if you're just joining us, we've been working tornadoes today. These are tornadoes dropping out of spiral bands on the east side of Tropical Depression Cindy. Cindy made landfall early this morning near the Sabine Pass, and it has been a very favorable position for tornadoes here in our state. I will tell you now that we've watched systems like Rita and Danny over the years come in the same spot, and they're doing the same thing, producing these tornadoes. We've got damage you can see in Fairfield. That's the shot there in the upper left. In the lower left, that's our storm chaser from the looks of things. They are down now in Harpersville. Okay, that's Inslee up top. Thank you, Dennis. Down below the storm chaser, they are down in Harpersville, going down Highway 280. Next up will be Childersburg and Sylacauga. They're kind of getting down where the air is more unstable in that part of the state. That's Brian Peters and Megan Thomas. And over in the right, you can see the radar with the storm producing a possible tornado in the northeastern part of Tallapoosa County, approaching the community of Daviston along Alabama Highway 22. We can give an all clear to Dadeville, Jackson's Gap, everybody along Highway 280. The danger is over. The tornadic circulation has crossed over Highway 49. And again, next up, if this thing holds together, and by golly, it looks pretty good, it's going to be coming up toward Daviston and just Wadley. If you're watching us in the community of Wadley, be aware that that tornadic circulation might affect you. Southern Union, the community of Wadley, just heads up here. In fact, let's put the high-res radar back in that box on the right-hand side. And again, you can see that that thing is just hanging in there in a very tight fashion. So that is a strong indication of a tornado. We have lightning and thunder, a little unusual with tropical systems, but that's a sign the air is fairly unstable down there in that part of the state. And that is coming right up toward Highway 22. So Tallapoosa County, just be aware of that situation. If you're in Alexander City, Dadeville, this is on way past you now. This is exclusively up there in that northeastern tip of Tallapoosa County. And again, next up you can see Daviston here. I'll give you a couple of quick landmarks just to kind of set the scene for you here. Alabama Highway 22 runs like that. Highway 280 is down here. Alabama 49 runs like that. That's your tornadic circulation moving up in that general direction right there. We'll put the graphics back full screen. We'll take the graphics system, and I want to just kind of pan this out to show everybody what's going on where they live, pick out your county, and see how you're doing on the showers today. We have tropical downpours over mainly the eastern half of the state now, but notice we've got these new feeder bands increasing down in southwest Alabama. Those are coming right up toward Demopolis and Tuscaloosa. If you're getting a break from the rain, just be blessed. You're very fortunate to have that, but we'll see waves of tropical downpours tonight and tomorrow, and we'll maintain the chance of these isolated tornadoes tonight and tomorrow. This is going to be a long duration type problem for us. We have a tornado watch in effect for much of Alabama. This includes basically all of our viewing area except for 2 counties to the north, 3 counties to the north, Marion, Winston, and Cullman. If you're in those 3 counties, you are not in this tornado watch. Everybody else is. The counties in yellow, this includes Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston, Gadsden. The Weather Service expanded the watch to include the counties on the Georgia border. And again, you can see that one warning is the warning down here in northeastern Tallapoosa County, that one tornado warning polygon we have, including the city of the community of Daviston in far northeastern Tallapoosa County. So down to the south, a lot of flash flood issues. And I should mention, even though we don't have them on this particular map, the Weather Service has been issuing aerial flood warnings for many counties. In fact, the one that was just issued includes a pretty good chunk of central Alabama. This latest aerial flood warning is in effect for Bibb, Blount, Jefferson, St. Clair, Talladega, Tuscaloosa, and Walker. Flash flooding, and it's always hard to use a flood warning and aerial flood warning. The bottom line is we could have some problems with the roads. So again, that's an aerial flood warning for Bibb, Blount, Jefferson, Shelby, St. Clair, Talladega, and Tuscaloosa counties. So back to the radar situation, and you can see we've got these spiral bands of heavy rain moving up through the state. It's going to be a problem for a while tonight and tomorrow. A lot more to talk about. We've got damage reports. We've got a detailed 7-day forecast and much more. That's all coming up on ABC 3340 News and our evening and late night newscast. And it's 3:59, which means ABC 3340 News Focus at 4 starts right now.
ABC 3340 News starts now with breaking news.
And indeed, this is what we have been watching for much of the afternoon right across western Jefferson County. Storms pushing through, leaving damage, especially in Fairfield and in the Midfield areas in Ensley as well. A viewer sent us this video. It is of a tornado as it came through right near the Tire Tech business in Ensley. Nobody was damaged, but again, this was this afternoon, say around 12:30, 12:45, as it came through. And Melanie Ewell right now is standing by on MLK Drive, I believe, in Fairfield with the latest.
Pam, that's right. We're on MLK Drive here where there is a lot of damage. You can see this strip mall that is behind me here. The roof is partially collapsed and the outside wall of the store on the end here destroyed. The bricks of it off. They are all over the parking lot. Some of them on top of that car that is parked right there. You can see wires hanging from the ceiling. Wood, insulation, bricks, all of it from this building are in the parking lot and just all over the area right now. There's even a damaged shopping cart in the parking lot right now. So just a lot of debris in this area. And crews have just arrived. The road has been blocked off by some caution tape throughout the afternoon, but some crews have arrived with some barriers that they are currently putting up, and they are working on that right now. And they are also starting to clean up this area. The mayor of Fairfield has been walking around, going door to door, checking on people. He tells me so far he has only heard of minor injuries. The Red Cross is on their way to help people out. And I talked to a resident. She says that she's okay, her family's okay, and her house is okay, but her neighbors' houses are not okay. They are severely damaged, and she does not know where they'll be staying tonight. But she described the storm for us, saying that it came up very quickly for her. Okay, we don't have that sound from her right now, but we'll try to get that for you later. But again, she just described how quickly the storm came up, and then afterwards how she saw trees and debris everywhere. And again, she says her neighbors' homes are damaged. And again, here on MLK Drive, a lot of debris everywhere, wood, metal, bricks, just littering this street right now. And the mayor of Fairfield wants everyone to remain safe. He says there's down trees, down power lines, so just be very careful out here right now. Live in Fairfield, Melanie Ewell, ABC 3340 News.
And we have crews all over the metro in the hardest hit areas.
We do, and when you see those reports, like you just saw from Melanie Ewell, you understand why they're saying let the responders in.
Right.
Everybody else, please stay out. It's only going to delay what they have to do.
In fact, let's check in with Lauren Walsh, who's also in Fairfield. What damage are you seeing there, Lauren? Tell us where you are specifically.
Wendell, we're right across from Western Hills Mall where 3 businesses have significant damage. Let's start right here, right behind me. This was the ABC liquor store where the walls are down, the roof is down. If you look from a bird's eye view, you can just see the inventory and the cases of alcohol everywhere. But if you pan over the blue roof, that is where there was an express oil change business. There are cars underneath. What you see has already collapsed. And there's a KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken, where the drive-through and the side of the business are also destroyed. Now come back over here to the liquor store because this is where there were injuries I want to tell you about. We did talk to the ABC board and there was 1 employee and 2 customers inside the store, and they were taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. When I talked to the police chief, he was telling me that there were 4 minor injuries from this storm and that they were all doing okay at his last check, and I did just check in with him recently, but 3 of those happened right there in the liquor store. I've been watching over the past hour as some machinery has come in to help try to clear some of the damage. They also brought in that light that you can see. There are multiple lights they brought in so they can start with the cleanup during the late night hours as the sun goes down. We talked to the mayor and a city councilwoman about how exactly the city will tackle this cleanup. And he said it's going to be a challenge because of the city resources and the amount of employees in the city. But he says that they're looking for volunteers. They're going to be hiring temporary workers. And we're going to put all of that information on abc3340.com. If you want to volunteer, we'll have all the information there. But as of right now, he says no volunteers tonight. The number one thing you can do is to stay off the roads, especially MLK. And he says that starting tomorrow is when more volunteers will be needed. But we'll be out here monitoring the conditions to keep you updated on all the latest. Reporting live in Fairfield, I'm Lauren Walsh, ABC 3340 News.
Just a lot of damage in Fairfield right there from Melanie to Lauren. You can just see hard-hit area.
As James Spann was saying earlier, this is definitely more than an EF0.
Right.
We have people from the National Weather Service in that area right now. We may have a decision as to how much of a tornado actually hit in that area before we go off the air here, so we'll continue to keep you posted. Also, Wendell, you were not out here when we did this earlier, but we did listen to Mayor Ed May, and he was saying from Fairfield, and he was saying that starting tomorrow they are going to be hiring some people to help with the cleanup in Fairfield. If you are interested in that, you will contact a gentleman by the name of Dion Wright, and his telephone number will be 529-1064. That's 529-1064. But again, not today. That would be starting tomorrow in Fairfield.
And I did hear you mention, too, that this is not the time if you just want to come out and watch and see. Let the first responders do their jobs. Trying to make sure that they don't have any other injuries. We do know that there were 3, as Lauren, in that particular ABC liquor store, 2 customers, 2 patrons, and 1 employee, and a 4th injury from this storm as well. Right now, Vinton Blandon is actually live in Fairfield as well. And Vinny, I saw your Twitter post about there was a young man that was in his car that was lifted when he was just outside the liquor store.
Wendell and Pam, you are correct that I tweeted that out. But let me tell you where I am. I'm in the 7100 block of Pine Tree Lane, and believe it or not, that's a couple of miles from where Lauren Walsh is. But I want to show you what people are experiencing over here on this street. We have trees down. We have trees down just about everywhere on the street. We have power lines down. We have telephone lines down. And we saw one AT&T truck try to come over here a couple of seconds ago. He was only here for maybe a minute, and he's now gone. But just about the same thing all up and down the street. Right here you have more lines, and I'm going to step back because I want to be very careful. Now, a lot of people are coming through here trying to get away from whatever is happening on Aaron Aronoff Road to get over here, and they speed down through here probably 35, 45 miles an hour. They can't get too far because, as you see, that big truck is in the way, but we have over here a bigger tree. It's down. You can see it's all the way out of the ground. People have just been sitting on their porch for a couple of hours, probably since 12:45, 1 o'clock actually, but that's the scenario over here. Let me show you, Patrick. I know, back up a little bit and see these cars. A lot of folks are coming to, well, we can't get to it safely right now, but cars are coming down here. If you are traveling in Fairfield, stay away from this area. This is kind of a hard spot to get through. People are driving down here. They can't get out of here. They have to do three-point turns, and it's pretty difficult. But let's take a look at some of the video and listen from a man who was at the ABC store where Lauren Walsh is, and he came over here trying to get away from all that. He told me what happened when his car was thrown into the air. I thought
my whole car and shut back down, closed my eyes. I'm like, wow, one opened my eyes up. ABC store gone.
Now, he told me the only thing he could do was kind of really scream a little bit and pray, so he is okay. He said he wasn't hurt, but we looked at that car and it had a lot of damage on the front and the side, and even had a piece of the store sign stuck in the headlight. He hadn't even noticed that. But that's the latest here on Pine Tree Lane in Fairfield. Reporting live, Vincent Blandon, ABC 3340 News.
And you know, I don't care how long you've lived in this state or in other southern states and you see this, you are still amazed by it every single time.
Just the power. Like he said, it was there, and then all of a sudden, it was gone.
It was gone. And when you saw all of the power lines down, et cetera. The latest information that we have right now from Alabama Power is that, as you might imagine, the worst of the power outages in the Midfield, Fairfield area, approximately 9,000. They're sort of reworking where their crews are going, and they're going to be obviously working through the night to get that power restored.
Also, they're going to be working in Inslee, too, in another part. That's where Andrew Donnelly is right now. And, Andrew, you were showing us the damage that is there. Tell us where you are specifically.
Well, Wendell, right now we're off Court H and Street, 53rd Street. And what you're seeing right here is the backyards of homes on Court H in Inslee. Now, I want to show you this if Tyler can pull out. We have a lot of tree damage. Just about every home on this block has fallen trees. They were just ripped up from the ground. Now, the most damage I've seen here is this home. You can see 2 trees ripped out of the backyard. And Tyler, if you'll pan over to the right, you can see the power line just snapped right at this base. Now, poles have been snapped all across this area. To our right here, if Tyler, you'll keep panning to the right, you can see trees are also down in this backyard. Multiple of them just ripped right from the ground. Now, the good news, I've spoken with neighbors in the area. They say no one has been injured, thankfully, but crews are working. We've seen a few of them come by surveying the area. A lot of damage. We've got to give them time today because, as you can see, just from this area alone, a lot of damage, a lot of power lines down. It takes a while for these situations to work themselves out, but like I said, power line here down, you can see just how dangerous this is. We don't know if this is live or not, so we're staying away from this. But if you ever see anything like this, you want to make sure and keep your distance. We'll continue to look for damage in the area and bring you updates as we get them. For now, live in Inslee, Andrew Donnelly, ABC 3340 News.
Most of the state is under tornado watch right now, and we're going to check in with meteorologist James Spann, who's been keeping us ahead of the storm throughout the day.
Before we go to James, if we can just give you an update, Alabama Power just gave us new numbers. Power outages up to 17,000. When you see what Andrew was doing there, you can understand why it's that way. But I've got one really good piece of information, James, that I think is just wonderful. We have certainly covered the stories of building these shelters that were so desperately needed. One in Pratt City. That shelter opened today. 30 people were inside.
Wow, good.
They had a little bit of generator problem. Maybe the air conditioning didn't work just right, but they were safe.
Which is what they were supposed to do, right?
Absolutely. James, take it away.
Yeah, that's good. So let's take a look at the situation. We have one spot where we have potential for a tornado in the state. Just one for now, and this is the storm that is in Tallapoosa County. This has been producing evidence of a tornado for about the past 15 to 20 minutes. That tornado circulation is near the town of Daviston. That's in northeastern Tallapoosa County. A tornado warning for a small spot of northeast Tallapoosa County for a few more minutes. That's moving into Randolph County. We'll see if the Weather Service extends that into Randolph. For now, they have not, but that is the only tornado warning in effect for the entire state. We'll check the watches and the warnings with our graphic system, a tornado watch for all the counties in yellow. And that is basically most of our TV viewing area until 10 o'clock tonight. The counties not in the watch are Marion, Winston, and Cullman. And again, you can see that one small tornado warning polygon around Daviston in Tallapoosa County. That is the only active tornado warning in the entire state right now. We started seeing these feeder bands producing tornadoes about midday today, and we are on the east side of the circulation of Tropical Depression Cindy. The tropical depression very close to Shreveport, Louisiana. We have spiral bands coming up through parts of Mississippi and Alabama. And so far, we've really taken the brunt of this today with heavy rain, flooding problems, and a few tornadoes. At the moment, the most widespread rain over the eastern half of the state. Heavy rain falling in spots. There could be some flooding issues, especially where you see the shades of red. Parts of West Alabama getting a break in the rain at this point. However, we'll probably see more showers forming in there later tonight. You can see heavier thunderstorms now through parts of East Alabama's Tallapoosa County. And again, that one storm producing the possible tornado is the one you see right here that is located near Daviston, coming up on Wadley. And we'll see in a matter of minutes if the Weather Service chooses to extend the tornado warning, and so far they have not, up into Randolph County, but something to watch. Now, tomorrow, I've got to mention, we've got the same problem. The remnant circulation of Cindy will likely be near Memphis, and that is the severe weather outlook tomorrow. A risk of severe weather for about the northern half of the state. The standard risk is for the areas in yellow, a marginal risk down to places like Marion, Clanton, and with Lake Wedowee. And we might see a few isolated tornadoes tomorrow, but after that, the weather starts to improve. And I've got much more weather coming up in the main weather segment, so stay with us.
We will all be looking forward to a better weekend.
And all next week, right?
It has been tough to this point. And, you know, even with the fact that we've seen some of the worst of the damage in Fairfield and Midfield and Ensley, what we are looking at also is this flooding that has come out. Helena Police posted earlier on their website that there was some flooding and in that area. And you're looking at McCalla. We've got power lines down there in the 5900 block of Charles Hamilton Road, and trees are down in Tuscaloosa. They've come down on a house there on Covey Drive that we were talking about earlier. So there are problems outside the fact that we had a tornado hit this afternoon.
In fact, the Shelby County EMA released a tweet and an email. There's no major damage, but they have a lot of trees down throughout the county too as well, particularly in Pelham as well, and I saw that on Twitter too. And trees really seem to be, there's so many here, so they really do seem to be, they take the brunt when we have such strong winds and such severe weather.
Well, and they're saturated. I mean,
exactly.
we've just been
We've had a
getting
lot of
rain for
rain,
so long,
right.
and that's what is going on.
Which is ironic since we were in a drought for so long.
Well, I think we can tell you that the drought is broken.
Yes.
It's all okay, and this is how it works. But we are going to be, and I'm not sure where we're headed next.
I'll take it back up.
We need to go back to Span. Go ahead.
Yeah, I will take it back. I thought you guys were going to do a regular newscast, but we'll just take over here. We're going to keep doing some weather here.
Sounds like a plan. We'll work with you.
Again, we've got hundreds of videos of the tornado that came through Fairfield and Ensley earlier today, and we'll be talking about the damage and showing you a lot of that during the course of the coverage here. But I want to stress, in our television market, we don't have any active tornado warnings. We've got the one warning down for Daviston and Tallapoosa County. That's in the Montgomery television market, and that storm is about to move over into Randolph County. We'll find out here shortly if the Weather Service is going to extend that, and so far they have chosen not to. Let's go back to some of the user images coming in. This is from Twitter. I wanted to show also the other problem. It's flooding. This is Alabama Highway 216, not too far from Lakeview, on the way down toward Brookwood, and you can see some obviously ponding on the roads right there. And we encourage folks that are driving home, that have been working today, you're going to see some of this, and if you see a big spot where there's water coming across the road, just turn around and go some other way home. I know it's inconvenient, but we have had tragic loss of life over the years from people driving through flooded roadways. You have no idea how deep the water is, and in some cases, roads are totally washed out in these flash floods. I've not heard of any in our state today, but again, be very careful with that. Let's go back to our graphic system, and as soon as Megan or Brian is calling you guys back in the back, let us know. We've got Megan and Brian out in our storm chaser, and we're going to speak with them. They are down the Highway 280. Again, that's our one warning, the tornado warning in effect. This is for the North northeastern part of Tallapoosa County around Davison. Here is the big picture, if you will. Cindy, the tropical storm at that point, came ashore last night near the Texas-Louisiana border. That's the Sabine Pass, and now the circulation center is awfully close to Shreveport. Historically, when systems come in that area, we have problems with tornadoes here. We had Rita, we've had Danny, and now we have Cindy, and we've had a number of these small tornadoes. And I say small, the one came through Fairfield and Inslee probably is going to be much more than an EF0. We'll get the rating from Kevin Laws hopefully later this evening. The Weather Service is out there. But right now, the worst of the weather along and east of I-65. We got out in the field, Brian Peters and Megan Thomas, and one of you two, I think, is on the phone. Tell us where you are and what you've got there.
Hey, James. Yeah, we are on Highway 280. We are right outside of Childersburg, kind of in between Childersburg and Sylacauga. Sylacauga is still further to our south. Right now, not raining. Really, nothing really going on for us right now except clouds. But we are still waiting to see if anything is going to form out of parts of Chilton County and kind of move to the north and east to see if any of the storms will form from there. But right now we're in a lull. Nothing's really happening.
Okay, and again, what we've got is more unstable air that is located down there. Let's go to some of the. Let's go back to the iPad, and I'll show you just some images coming in from our viewers to show what it's like. This is an Oak Grove off of Toadvine Road. That is a large tree that is down. We've had a lot of trees come down today, not because of winds, but because of the saturated soil. That has been a problem throughout the day today. In fact, there's another one. This was taken in Columbiana, and again, we hope that we've not had any property damage or anything like that because of this, but goodness, a tree that size comes down a car, a house, that is not a good thing. Again, that was taken in Columbiana down in Shelby County. That's a great graphic right there. Keep calm, and what do? Whack-a-mole. That's exactly what we've been doing on here. This is Eastern Valley Road near the Rosser Farms subdivision. Again, you can see a large tree down right there. Thankfully, we were right at the summer solstice. This is the longest amount of daylight we'll have during the year, so the sun's not going to go down until much later tonight. But again, after dark, that becomes problematic where you're driving in the dark and you can't see these trees that are down like that. This is a look from Hueytown. That's the storm that came through Fairfield and Inslee. We got a lot of still shots and videos of this. This is from Leeds, and again, you can see we've got some flooding problems. Flooding is something we don't want to ignore. We focused on the tornado coverage here today, but again, with all this rain, many spots going over 5 inches, we've had problems with that. This is video of the rotation, the tornadoes you can see there. At that point, it was coming through north of Birmingham, off in the distance. So many of the videos today. That was taken from Pinson Valley Parkway. This was taken from the Regents Harbert building in downtown Birmingham. And if you missed all this, this happened between about 12:15 and 1 o'clock this afternoon. We had wrapped up our 11 o'clock news and kind of getting strapped in for a long afternoon, and it turned out to be a pretty long afternoon as the Weather Service issued that first tornado warning for Jefferson County about 12:30 today. Again, a lot of videos here. Many of these are coming from downtown Birmingham. And again, looking north, you can see off in the distance evidence of that tornado that came through the western and some of the northern parts of the Birmingham metro area this morning. Let me tell you what, our friends in downtown Birmingham got a front row seat to this thing. The visibility was good. We did not have any rain-wrapped tornadoes involved here when this came through. Basically, it was there for the world to see as it came on through parts of the Birmingham metro earlier today. Love that. That's good. That's fantastic. You're watching the right channel. You got the helmet on. You got that right. This is video coming from the Oliver Lock and Dam in Tuscaloosa. And one thing we have to remind folks of, the state rivers will be rising as well. All this water is going to go into the river basins, and the Weather Service in Birmingham will evaluate and issue flood warnings for the rivers as they need to later today and this evening. Again, this is another look at the tornado coming from an office building downtown. A lot of folks were looking through their windows. And understand, downtown Birmingham was never at danger from this. The main problems were just west and north of downtown Birmingham, but so many people were able to capture that with their phones looking out the window today. Love it, love it, love it. I mean, my heart is warmed, Pam and Wendell, by this.
They've been listening all this time.
Yes, got the dogs, the fur babies in a safe place. Again, this is some flooding, and again, backyards are starting to look like rivers in some cases today. And again, I caution you as folks are at work today and they start to drive home, inevitably, you're probably going to have some issues dealing with water. Another look at the tornado. This was looks like that was taken from St. Vincent's, right over the city of Birmingham. At that point, it was most likely a funnel cloud. Let's go back to our graphic system really quickly, and I got a couple of other videos I wanted to show very quickly here earlier today. Had so many of these. Let's start with this one right here. Let's go back to the graphics, and again, if you watch this one, this is pretty impressive. I believe this was taken from Inslee. And again, at that point, this is when so much of that damage was happening in Fairfield. If you look carefully down there at the base of that tornado, you can see debris being kicked up. And this is something more like you'd expect to see across the Great Plains or something, perhaps, in that's not rain-wrapped. It's there for the world to see. And this particular photographer stayed on that for quite a while. And again, that's what we expect here. We had concern. We've had isolated tornadoes today, and we've had isolated tornadoes today and flash flooding issues as well. But again, that's a pretty remarkable shot of the tornado as it came through some of the western suburbs of Birmingham. And again, the way it works on these ratings, Kevin Laws is now the acting MIC in Birmingham. He'll be out there and probably make that evaluation today. Oddly enough, Kevin and I were supposed to be in Kansas City today at a American Meteorological Society conference, and we had some very hard decisions to make because we had some pretty big sessions going on here, and Kevin and I were speakers, and we both decided we had to stay. We had great fear that something like this would happen, so that was a good call, and we wish our colleagues the best at that meeting up in Kansas City. It's the annual American Meteorological Society broadcast conference. But again, these are videos of that tornado as it came through the western part of Birmingham earlier today. We thank everybody for taking the time to send these in. On a day like I typically respond when people send me videos. I'll give them a thanks or a thumbs up. But on a day like today with over 1,500, it's going to be hard to do that for everybody. But trust me, we see all of them, and we thank you for sending those to us. Very helpful today. And again, this is some of the damage. That kind of gives you a point of reference out in Fairfield. You can see a lot of the damage down below, and we're so fortunate that we had no loss of life in this kind of thing today. Yeah, and this is the ABC Liquors. This is a state store, right, Pam? Look.
They have just declared everything obviously gone.
Right.
It's a loss, a total loss.
I mean, the roof is just gone.
But the best part of that, there were 5 employees inside. There were 2 customers inside. One of those employees was transported with non-life-threatening injuries. The 2 customers also were transported, we understand, again, non-life-threatening injuries. So you look at that damage and you say, wow, they were able to come out of that alive.
Wow. Yeah, and that's, you know, and I will be the first to say, I don't believe a warning was in effect when this happened. We tried to warn people, this is a thing where we can't give you a warning every time. And this is a case where it just got down, and by the time the warning went up, it was over in Inslee, and then they got maybe 2 or 3 minutes, and that was it at most. But that's the way it's going to work.
And it's going to be that way, you say, could possibly be this way again tomorrow.
Right, exactly. The same setup. Now, we don't know, you know, if they form or exactly where, but the conditions will be very similar tomorrow like we had today. So it wouldn't be shocked that we had some more of this going on tomorrow. Let me go to a still image coming off my iPad of some of the damage out at the
Express Oil.
Right, the Express Oil change.
Yes.
And that's horrifying.
You take your car in for an oil change,
and it gets smashed.
And that's it.
And, you know, goodness, typically you just sit in your car. That's what I do when I go in there. I just sit in my car and let those guys do their work. And, you know.
But again, no injuries there.
Right. And again, we got a tweet very quickly from the corporate office with the Express Oil change indicating that nobody was injured out there, which is just a remarkable kind of thing. And then these big trucks blown over.
And this was in Inslee at Tire Tech.
Right. And
that's where we got the exclusive video of the tornado.
Yeah, this
one of the workers.
And again, apparently nobody was in that. And again, you can see some of the damage to the building out there. But it was pretty rough. In fact, let's go back to the graphics full screen for just a second here. We're going to kind of bounce back and forth between all these user-generated videos.
I have something from the Pelham Police Department. They just tweeted about 20 minutes ago that Pelham has been placed under an aerial flood warning until 7 p.m.
Yeah, that was issued about 30 minutes ago. That's
area.
Aerial is AERAEL. It's one notch under a flash flood warning. Bottom line is you could have some flooding problems, and if you're driving home, just be aware that that could be an issue. So that includes a number of counties, including the Birmingham Metro. Seeing some pictures coming in from Bill Castle that Kevin Laws of the National Weather Service is
they're all out in Fairfield.
Right, he's there now. I'm seeing Bill's texting me pictures of Kevin in action.
So they're assessing the damage.
Right. I want to go to some new video if we can. This is coming from Tallapoosa County. This is
Oh, wow.
This is the tornado that came through Dadeville. Let me rephrase that. It was close to Dadeville.
Okay.
This crossed Highway 280 between Dadeville and Jackson's Gap. And this is brand new video. This just came in. And that looks pretty significant. If you watch the radar image of this, the velocity couplet, it looked nasty.
The biggest one you'd seen this afternoon.
Right, the most intense couplet with the highest wind velocities, and accordingly, that's what you've got right there. And again, this is, in fact, let me pull up the specific information so I'll get this right here. I want to say this is taken just northeast of Dadeville, perhaps. In fact, video of a tornado off Lafayette Street and Mott Loop Road in Dadeville. Wow. That's very significant. Now, I have not heard of any damage down in through here, but there's been a tornado warning for Tallapoosa County, and I will say this, the Weather Service in Birmingham has opted not to extend the warning into Randolph County because the circulation is weakened. But again, that was some, look at that one now. There you go. Week-old baby respecting the Polygon.
All right.
That's
Teach
awesome.
them young.
That's awesome. Put them in a laundry basket and you get them padded with blankets. That is just awesome. This is some damage in Bessemer. Looks like some outbuildings near the bowling alley in Bessemer. Now, this is from that same tornado. This is the same one that came through Fairfield. We've not seen that. And again, this is some damage from that same spot. This is sublet portable buildings in Bessemer across from the bowling alley. And it looks like some outbuildings were tossed about here. Thanks. Whoa. When you want to know what's going on, who do you watch? You watch us. Our canine friends are our best buddies right there.
We care about them too.
With big eyes.
That's kind of like
great.
awesome. Let's see. This was taken at 12:43. This will give us a good reference on the time here. The damage out there was done, I'd say, between about 12:25 and 12:45 today during that lunch hour. And this was taken again from the Flying J. That's out there along Interstate 65 near Daniel Payne. And again, at that point, that still could have been down, maybe a funnel cloud at that point. But that's the
Looks
same.
like it.
That's the same one that produced all that damage out in Fairfield here. And this is, again, a tree down. This is out in Oak Grove off Toadvine Road. And we've got a lot of trees coming down. This is not related to a tornado. This is mainly a function of saturated soil. I mean, we've got some folks that have gone over 5 inches of rain here. And a little breeze comes along, and if there's a weak root structure, that can easily happen. And it looks like that just missed that truck. So that was taken out in West Jefferson earlier today. And again, that's a tree down in Columbiana. Once again, one of our canine friends investigating there. Saying, what is up with that? But it looks like that one did not produce any damage. But these falling trees are pretty serious situation here. In fact, I'm going to scroll down really quickly and show you some of the original videos that we got much earlier today. And thanks to everybody for sending these. Love the pictures of the helmets and everything. That's Finley Avenue. That was taken just north of Birmingham, I-65. At that point, that tornado was in the process of lifting. This was taken at I-22 and Colberg Road. We had rotation at that point, but again, I think by then the bulk of that thing had already lifted because I've heard of no damage up there from that specific area. This is a shot from downtown Birmingham, a lot of those today. And again, the folks that work in those big buildings in downtown Birmingham had an absolute front row seat to this thing. This is too awesome right here. The best part's the dog.
Yeah.
All right, let's go back to Wendell and Pam for an update from the desk.
Lauren Walsh is standing by right now. Again, she is in the heart of the damage, which is in Fairfield. Lauren, what can you tell us now?